T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Define your meaning of war. To me it's what we do when we're bored. I feel the heat coming off of the blacktop, and it makes me want it more. Because I'm hyped up, out of control. If it's a fight, I'm ready to go. I wouldn't put my money on the other guy. If you know what I know that I know. It's been a long time coming, and the tables turn around. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us is going down. I'm not running, it's a little different now. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw them. Screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. How you doing? It's the last day of the week. Happy Friday. For those of you out there who are just waking up this morning, Adam Aaron posted a bunch of tweets last night. He had his another viewing, his fourth viewing of Top Gun, which I also saw last night. My wife and I went out to the movie theater, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. She said she really didn't want to see Top Gun. She was just not really that interested. We got to a certain point in the movie. I don't remember exactly where it was, but she looked over at me and started rubbing her arm like really fast, like giving me the sign that her hairs were sticking up on her arm. You know, when somebody who doesn't even care to see the movie can get their arm, the hair raised on their arm. She was like, at the end of the movie, she said to me, she said, I think I could watch that again. I thought it was pretty funny. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. I don't know. If you're not into airplanes and stuff like that, still it's a good story. Go check it out. The great thing about the movie, I think, is that I don't think you have to watch the first one to know uh, to get it, to understand the relationships. It means more if you watch the first one, but they did a great job of being able to include enough clips to where you didn't feel like you were watching the original. But they used a lot of clips out of the first movie, so that you didn't feel like an idiot as you were watching the second movie, uh, going like, why does he feel special about that? So it was really good though. They did a great job of making it a standalone, which is one of the things that I was always kind of curious about since I hadn't seen the movie yet. I was like, how in the world are they gonna excite people, new kids of this generation, into watching a movie that they probably aren't going to go back and watch the first one for? And they did a good job. But Donkey Kong says I'm buffering. Yeah, I have a feeling today's going to be one of those days, Donkey Kong. Seems like Fridays tend to be rough days for me, and I'm not sure why that is. My guess is that a lot of people maybe don't have to work on Fridays in my neighborhood or something. I don't know. More people stay home on Fridays. I don't know. But internet's almost usually worse on Fridays. Tim says glad she liked it. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I was requested to show something here. Because there's a bunch of clever names for everybody out there. Here we go. Here it is. Let me copy this real quick. This is so funny. So who posted this? Myself posted this. Bloodsport, Shaw Claude Van Man. I've tried so many times in my lifetime to get ripped, and it's never works out for me. Not quite like that, but that's a good picture. Boy, do I look angry there. What the heck? I don't know where he got that clip of my face, but oh man, that makes me laugh. I don't know, make sure you guys can see it. Bloodsport, Shod Claude Van Man. That's funny stuff. Roadster guy says, I watched the first Top Gun the night before going to see the new one. They are teenagers and they loved it. That's good. Silas says, good morning, crazy gang. Hope your butt's not too sore from the rear end fireworks from 4th of July. Hmm. But let's check it out here. Adam Aaron posting up some of these pictures. I just want to look at these pictures with you guys real quick here. I know it's maybe not something crazy amazing for you guys, but I enjoy viewing the pictures of the community and seeing you guys, um, those who are involved in this play. This one's from Chris Clark. I'm gonna screw this name. Giselle and I had a great time watching Top Gun Maverick at AMC Theaters, Tyson's Corner 16, and it was an honor to meet CEO Adam after the movie. We're proud to be AMC stockholders. AMC's apes together strong. There's a great picture. Here's another one. Thank you, Silverback, from Christy R. Sharn. I like this guy in the background. He's like, since I've been through one of these lines before, if he was towards the back end of the line, I could see why he was like resting on the wall. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Is he a bodyguard? He might be a bodyguard. Hold on a second. I can't tell if he's open carrying or not. Looks like he might have something on his hip there. I don't know. Honored to meet CEO Adam tonight for a screening of Top Gun. Awesome movie and awesome guy. Proud to be an AMC investor. I don't know who this. Let's see who posted this. This is Tyler Griffin. I don't know what Tyler Griffin's doing over here, but it looks like he's writing. Looks like he's writing a book. Or maybe he came in the middle of studying for something. This guy was dedicated. He had to see this movie, but he was still doing some kind. He was still writing something. Maybe he's got a script he's working on. I don't know. We got Water Doge, Water Dog. I don't know. With Silverback, Adam Aaron. This guy couldn't wait. Couldn't wait to meet up with Adam Aaron. He caught him while I was sitting in his seat. I'm telling you, Adam Aaron's such an easygoing guy. Easygoing. This is from Esmati. This is Adam Aaron's post. It's one of the same. It's a same group of people from a previous picture from Christy Sharn. He says, I was at AMC Tyson's Corner tonight in Washington, D.C. Metro to watch with AMC shareholders Top Gun Maverick, a fun time for all, and one out of this world great movie. So that's cool. That's awesome. I like seeing you guys in the community out there. It's cool. Stockwish says banks are coming with results. Things are going to get interesting. I agree. Last night I posted on the Discord um, breaking news. Let's see here. Hopefully the LinkedIn doesn't show my profile. Is it going to show my? It's going to show my profile. Hold on a second. I got to crop this. JPMorgan profit takes hit. This is updated 21 hours ago by Harriet Sinclair, editor at LinkedIn News. She wrote, JPMorgan Chase has reported a 28% drop in profits in the second quarter. The largest U.S. bank's earnings fell short of analyst expectations, with net income dropping from U.S. 11.5 billion to U.S. 8.2 billion. Compared with its predicted drop to 8.5, it is the first time the bank has failed to meet profit expectations since 2020, sending a warning sign to other banks. One major drag on numbers, the bank had to bolster its reserves for bad loans, adding 428 million as it girds for a rocky economy. JPMorgan CEO Jamie Dimon, we'll go with Dimon, previously warned that an economic hurricane was brewing and said Thursday the bank had temporarily suspended share buybacks over the U.S. Federal Reserve's higher capital requirement. I think I actually clicked on. If I'm not mistaken, I think I clicked on. Yeah, I'm gonna get paywalled on this one. Who is this? Let's see if I get paywalled here. There's another article here. Yeah, I'm getting paywalled. Yeah, screw it. JP Morgan's hurting. So I reached out to the author of that article and asked her if she'd be willing to help me to look into or at least pointing me out to somebody who can help me looking into JP Morgan's ADF after our trades. You know, a lot of you guys have been asking questions about these really strange spikes in prices at the end of the day, and it's not just on AMC; it's everywhere. You know, I see it on um, everything. Everything's got it on it. Not everything, but like there's tons of different securities that have this ETFs, securities. It doesn't matter what it is. They're there, and these spikes. And what they are is they're JP Morgan trades that are going through the ADF. There's only one registered um, company that's allowed to trade through that FINRA off exchange, which means when it's off exchange, the price should not be affecting the actual price here. And yet for some reason it's showing up. And you can at the end of the day, I've been showing lately on the time and sales, you can see the data going through, um, and it's affecting this. And so I've reached out to the author of that article, asked if she'd be willing to point me in the right direction or help me with that. Her name's Harriet Sinclair. We'll see if I get a message back from her. Nothing yet. I sent that yesterday. So we'll see. But there's definitely some weird things going on here across the market. They're moving things. I've reached out to JP Morgan as well. That seems like the first thing that anybody should do, and they declined to respond back. Good morning, Superfan. Brandon, I am feeling much better today. By the way, guys, Brandon S, I believe, is responsible for the song for the day today. I feel like I'm blaming you. It's not really blaming. I'm trying to give you credit. That's my way of using my words to give you credit, Brandon. Congratulations. Yo says Adam Aaron's got to be stoked. It's one thing to see a company get support; it's a whole other thing when the CEO and board's members get support as well. And then Yo said also, J.P. Morgan's favorite old school rap song, "I'm Your Pusher" by Ice-T. Good morning, Sandy. Sandy's saying, yesterday I tried to buy GME for 135.40 and 135.50 and hit the target, but it didn't feel, and then nothing. Yeah, Sandy hit the max word limit or something there. Didn't feel, I'm guessing, right? I don't know. In the pre-market, we are up 6 cents from our close from yesterday at 1506, so we're at 1512. James says Walakam means peace, beautiful world of human beings. Allah God Almighty, name in Arabic language alone. I hope everyone has a good day, Lord willing. Casey Shaw and AMC stock family, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, sir. Yo says they're showing up on significantly more tickers since Friday. Fahad, good morning to you. Thank you, Michael. It's good to feel better. I have so when you go to eat at Maggiano's, they give you, well, if it depends on what you buy, but if you buy the right thing, they give you like a second meal to take home for $5. And I bought the chicken Alfredo. Didn't have them substitute the salmon in because they said they couldn't. And so I think I might tempt fate today and see if I don't. I was okay with the other half of my salmon Alfredo. So I'm starting to wonder if it wasn't food poisoning. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. Sandy's finished the end. She said it didn't. If something was fishy was going on GME because none of my orders filled. So Sandy, in regards to that, you said $135. Sounds like you had some kind of limit order set up to fill at 135, and I'm seeing that it only dropped to 136. So if you had like an aftermarket fill order for 135 across the board, so you said 135.40 and 135.50. In the aftermarket hours, it did fill. If you didn't have, uh, I'll say this: if you have aftermarket hour trading abilities, uh, you have to recreate. If you've set up your orders in the beginning or during the day, you have to reset up the orders for after hours. Because there are different fee structures for your orders, and so you have to set them up. If you set it up for good till canceled, I believe that it will only do it for the trading hours. So it won't. You have to set up an entirely different order for the after hours and pre-market, both. I believe. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I hope I'm not giving you bad information. I think that's right though. So this aftermarket hour. Now, if you set it up for the aftermarket hours, the only other thing I could say for why it would not have filled is potentially the reason that your order would have been too big for the amount of shares that were traded at those prices, because you can see it didn't dip down to those ranges for very long, and maybe your orders just didn't complete because they may have been too big for the amount of shares that were available to be sold during that time. Or those prices. So those are the only two reasons I can think of for why those orders didn't get filled. Maggie says, "Good morning." Good morning to Maggie. PC3 says, "Good morning. Any word on failure to delivers?" There's going to be a larger amount of failure to delivers that are due for Monday. So there is a larger amount of. There's going to be more pressure to buy today. Tim says salmon and Alfredo doesn't sound good. I don't know. You gotta get smoked salmon. Smoked salmon's better than just regular salmon, but smoked salmon in Alfredo is delicious. I like it, but if you're not a fish guy, you probably won't like it. It's especially good if you put asparagus in it. Not yet, yo. I'm gonna save that work for this weekend. I haven't looked into it too much. Yo asked Casey, did you have a chance to read up on the leveraged single stock ETFs? I have not. Like I said, I went to a movie last night, so spent a little time relaxing after the live stream ended yesterday, and then we headed out to the movie, so there wasn't a whole lot of time for me to do a whole lot of research. Most of my really good research, comes over the weekends, and it depends on if it's a work weekend or not for me. Work weekends tend to be a little bit better, which are the ones where my wife has to work both Saturday and Sunday, so I get a lot of free time to just sit around and just pour into um, data. Yep, I like the salmon blackened as well, Ro. It's very good. I agree. Maggie, it was actually, to be honest, if you were around Wednesday, Thursday was the same exact thing. I can't even really express like how similar some of these movements were. This whole ascending broadening wedge that never got to completion because they slowed it down on the way up. So that the day, because normally in an ascending broadening wedge, the way it works is price usually moves upwards. Whatever the secondary touching point is, you can figure out a value on how much from the beginning point on the bottom and the top point on the top. You can come up with a percentage and multiply it and figure out, or actually, yeah, multiply it and then add it into the top point and figure out where price is going to move to. And actually, the after hour pricing was really darn close. That JPMorgan spike to 16. I can't even read what this is. 1609 was pretty close. But it never actually, because they prolonged this movement right here throughout the day when it broke out of the wedge, the ascending broadening wedge, it never had a chance to find the bottom, which should have been really close to around 1501. It didn't find that bottom first before it could spike and complete the pattern. Then they did the same exact thing the next day. Another. I actually got rid of the lines this morning, but there's another ascending broadening wedge here. Same thing. I know it doesn't. This looks almost like a parallel, but that's just because I can't draw. There we go. Same exact thing happened. Price ran up. They didn't extend the upwards portion of this, but it should have come down to about 14.91, somewhere between 14.80 and $15. Never quite got there. They just prolonged everything throughout the entire day and never got to complete the amount that it should have gone up to, which I think was 16.20. And again, the JPMorgan spike on this thing went up pretty high, but again, still not high enough to complete the pattern. So not a whole lot of difference on Thursday to Wednesday. It'll be interesting to see how today turns out. See if they see if they do it one more time. I know they got a lot of FOMO. They really hook, line, and sinker synced, hook, line, and hooked, hook, line, and I don't know how this phrase goes. Hook, line, and sink. Anyways, they got a lot of people to buy to buy into the options on GME with the run up that they had, I think, yesterday. This run up right here that started right around like 11 a.m. GME had a similar run up during that period of time at market open. It ran up and they got a lot of people to buy in, and then they dropped this thing like a rock. And all those FOMO option plays that went in here, thinking this thing was getting ready to take off because 152 was the takeoff point. It got up to 151.95. People were just dumping into those options, and then they just tanked the thing. So a lot of people are probably going to be pissed about this. I've been trying to warn people. Options play is not the thing for AMC and GME. Not now. Normally, in a normal situation, it would be, but not now. All right, guys, it's 6:32. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, I felt like I was saying hook, line, and sinker, but it didn't sound right to me for some reason. Richard's coming in and saying, "What's your thoughts on DRS?" Uh, depends on what aspect of it you're talking about. Fundamentally on what it does to a squeeze play, or what do I think about holding my shares in DRS in regards to when it comes time to selling my shares. But either way, it doesn't matter which way you look at it. I see it both ways. Both ways is that I don't see that it. First off, I have 3 golden rules here. My first golden rule, or my third golden rule, is only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash accounts, no margin accounts. And guess what? There's no pre-market and after-hour trading. And if you're putting your shares into DRS, you can't sell during those periods of time. That's a big no-no. In this play, it's going to be pretty vital. I think you want to have access to be able to buy and sell during the pre-market and after-hour trading. And if you don't have that access, then you're just you're losing out. And so I say no. That's my choice. It's my money. But what you want to do with your shares is your choice. It's your money. The other part to it is that I went through the process of buying and selling a single share through DRS to see what their systems were like. Quite honestly, I was completely unsatisfied. I've never had that poor of a service. In my lifetime, I've been through probably about 4 or 5 brokers, and I've never had, I mean, it's like, I felt like I was going back to like 2004 in terms of like in systems. It felt ancient and slow, and contacting people was terrible. I don't think they're set up for massive. I don't think they have a massive call center. I don't think they're set up for massive calling. There's lots of things. There's lots of reasons why I wouldn't do it. Fundamentally, if you know how a squeeze works, volume is probably one of the most crucial things to a squeeze play. And when you lock real shares into a system to where those shares can't be traded on the lit market, then you're tying up volume. And when you tie up volume, that does a lot of different things. It destroys, it forces your trades to go to off exchange. Number one. If I had to ask you the question of, in a time of low liquidity, because that's what happens when you have less shares available to trade in the market, in a time of low liquidity, and if I had to ask a market maker, would you rather be forced to trade 1 million shares in the market or 4 million shares in the market to have to make a market for 1 million or 4 million, which would you rather do? They're going to say, obviously, I'll take the 1 million because I don't have to worry about, I can just do off exchange trades for everything else. So they want lower volume, a market maker, especially during times of low liquidity. It doesn't force them into doing forced borrows of shares in order to make the market. Forced borrows to make the market. That's a squeeze. So you're taking away everything it is that you need to make a squeeze play happen by taking away their volume. So fundamentally, it doesn't make sense. You can't have a market trade with low volume. You're doing the job, you're taking their job away from them, and they're forcing them to make a market is exactly what causes a squeeze play to happen. So there's lots of different reasons why I personally think that it's bad, but it is your money and it is your choice. It's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. So let's cover these numbers real quick here and see what is going on. I've already logged into Fidelity, believe it or not, this morning. I'm going to put on my glasses first thing so I can read these numbers, and we'll take a look at everything here. The only other thing I would say to you, Richard, is that read the terms of service. There's a lot of things in there that you'll find are very surprising. Like no insurance. That's kind of scary. You're required to have your own insurance. They're not responsible for anything that should happen at all. They don't hold themselves. And if you look at SIPC, they're not part of it. They're not listed as a broker that's part of SIPC. You have no insurance. In case you don't know what SIPC is, it's like FDIC for a bank for your money. Your money's not insured. If your bank doesn't have FDIC insurance. Same goes with ComputerShare. You have no SIPC at all. None. No insurance. Tim is right. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it for your account. It may help protect you. This is a very big play. You don't want to put things at risk. Think about it if you don't have it. But it is time to take a look at the numbers here. I will not be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Let's take a look at the price prediction tallies for yesterday. I had 1301 to 1601. Let's see. Eric had 12.2 to 15.2. He was real close to not getting a point. Keto had 1378 to 1678, and Monty had 1356 to 1656. All of us get a point for our predictions yesterday. Let me add them up. And while I'm doing that, special shout out to the moderators who are doing these price predictions on a daily basis. They come in every single day and give me their quotes. Probably just because they want free beer in the future. But I appreciate it. And thank you very much to Monty, Keto, and Eric for doing that. Short exempt volume on True Demon's MOASS trigger indicator. Let's take a look at what that was. We've had like over 400,000 shares in short exempt volume for quite a while. Today's no different, or yesterday was no different. 418.8. Utilization. Let's see if it's 100% here. It says 100%. Let me check the date real quick. 100% utilization. That is day number. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Hold on. July 14th. Yep, that's correct. We are now on 109 straight trading days of 100% utilization. And the day-over-day price change was a negative 0.53. Taking a look at Max Pain. Max Pain was $15 when we began the week. It's still $15. I expect it to be $15 today. Let's refresh it and see. 15 it is. Moving on. Institutional, off exchange. Let's do off exchange first, right next to Max Pain. Off exchange yesterday, one of the final numbers that we saw in the last hour was 60.33 and 11.09 on the EDGX. Let's refresh that and see where it's at for the end of the day. 59.34, so it came down a little bit there. 59.34 and 10.93 in the EDGX. The total between those two numbers is 70.27%. That's very high volume going through that off exchange. Yeah. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, these numbers are going to start increasing over the next week as 13F reports are coming in, are mandatory. We're probably going to start seeing some big changes here real soon on this institutional share ownership. Yesterday, the reporting was 190.158 million. Do remember, guys, these are second quarter reportings. They're delayed by about 45 days. It's now 190.163 million. Let me change my numbers. So a very small change on this. I'm not actually looking at the orders. It's just the net difference. So there may have been quite a few filings that came in, but the net difference is positive. Looking at the Ortex data, shares on loan is down to 130.61, which means that they returned probably about 4 million shares yesterday. We'll take a look at what those shares are and perhaps how many of those might have been in short interest. But this was putting our our estimated short share interest of the free float at 17.95%. And taking a look at the options, our lottery ticket losers at $145 strike price. Yesterday, there was a total of 175.7 thousand contracts. It did change. Wait, nope, no change. I was gonna say I would be surprised if that changes today because it's like one day, it was only a day before they expire. I can't imagine anybody going 145 right now. 175.7 there's no change. Highest amount of open interest for calls and puts. Highest amount of call options at a $20 strike price. There was 53.7 as of yesterday. There's now 52.7. So about 1,000 of those closed their positions. On the puts, at a $20 strike price, yesterday there was 31.5. Today there's 31.4. So actually, it seems like at least 100 contracts felt like the price wasn't going to continue to go down any further. That's not a whole lot. So there's a large portion of the market that believes the price can still go down some more today. At least based off of these numbers that I'm seeing right here. I said market. I should say AMC. Let me move a couple screens over and we'll take a deeper dive into some of the other data here. Give me 1 second. You're like one. give me 30 seconds. I was asked the question earlier about failure to delivers. We'll take a look at that. I've got a screen that I use now for specifically checking out failure to delivers. But taking you over to the other screen, let's take a look more closely at the loaning situation on Ortex. There's your utilization at 109 straight days of 100% utilization. We're going to zoom in a little bit here and take a closer look at some of these numbers. On loan amount, dipping day over day from 134.6 to 130.6, so exactly 4 million shares were returned yesterday on the dot. So let's figure out what those were. Were they old loans or new loans? First off, we'll know that by looking at the on loan average age per day. That decreased, so those should be older loans. It went from 58.31 to 55.88. And let's try and figure out how much of that was short interest versus shares that were just loaned out. So Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float dipped a little bit from 18.24 to 17.95. That's a 0.29% difference of the free float. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the free float, which is 516 million shares, times 0.29. It's actually times 0.0029. Times 516. That's going to be 1.5 million shares, roughly. It's actually 1.496, but we'll just round it off and say 1.9. So out of the 4 million shares that were returned, 1.5 of them were short interest shares. So the remaining 2.5 of those would be would just be on loan amounts. So just slightly over a quarter. Actually, it's about a third. Alrighty, and let's see what security lending volume was like. Security lending volume shot up yesterday. That could be where, I do believe that a lot of the lending that they're doing short term is to drive down that on loan amount. My guess is that they're planning on price running here pretty soon, and they're expecting to get or catch a lot of shares coming back in. Somebody believes that shares are going to be rolling back in here, so they're rolling these on loan amounts and short interest into short-term loans. On failure to delivers, the amount of shares that are hitting T35 for the day today is 412,000 shares. Not a whole lot, but it's well, from what I've seen from 2 times in the past, it's really the next day, if they like to try to buy the shares before they're forced to be bought, then today would be the last day before the 1.1 million shares that are due for next Monday. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME came in fifth with in ranking for most orders, with a 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. AMC in 13th with a 53% buy to 47% sell ratio. That's lower for AMC than I'd like to see it. I usually like 60-40 minimum. SSR trips at $13.55. Shares available to borrow has dropped from 1.8, went to as low as 500,000. So 1.3 million. No, 2. It went from 2 million. I missed this number right here. So 1.5 million having been borrowed, and they've returned some already at an 8.9% fee. Out of the ETFs, it looks like they've only borrowed, let's see here. I'm going to call it, we'll just say 150,000. It's close enough. I'm going to round up on this one. So 1.65 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning on a Stonko tracker. That is definitely higher than what we've been seeing as of recent. Do remember that as they close positions, and as we saw, about 1.5 million shares worth of short interest was closed, those are going to become available to borrow again. That's why these numbers are going up over here. Out of the money call contracts, we had 524.2. In the money, 67.8. 158.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts to 65.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.03, Dow Jones is down 0.44, S&P 500 is down 0.3. Nope, sorry, those are yesterday's numbers. I just want to look at the numbers over here for how the eastern side of the world traded yesterday. Hang Seng was down 2.19, Shanghai was down 1.64, FTSE China was down 1.5, Shenzhen was down 1.5. Everybody else was up by about a half to 1%. So yeah, a little bit of mixed messages as to what's going on over here. Today's going to be interesting. I can say this about AMC. We've got a lot of low volume this morning, getting a lot of rabbit pellets. Let's see. Tesla in the pre-market's down 0.07. Amazon is up 0.63. Cinemark is down 1.21. Doge is up 1.27. Bitcoin is holding right around 20.7, which is about 1,000 higher than what I had anticipated it to hold at. So it did rise back up. question is if this right here is this rise right here, it's not a whole bunch longer before we start seeing Bitcoin start dropping again. GME is up 1.06 in the pre-market. Hycroft is down rather 0.01. Hood is down 0.12. NCMI is down 1.2, and AMC is up 0.6 in the pre-market. Yesterday, our inflow versus outflow, we had $20 million more in outflow. And like I said before, 6.54 thousand shares traded so far this morning. Extremely low numbers on the volume, and we're about 7 minutes away from our pokey stick of volume. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.62, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.87, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.95, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.32, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.09, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud, as we like to refer to it as on this channel. As it stands right now, on the hour, the baseline and it looks like the baseline and the conversion line are the exact same number. Lagging line is just below price line, and we are in the cloud. When you're in the cloud, that means that there's prices, what's the word I'm looking for here? Prices, I can't think of the word. It's a moment of where it's hard to tell whether price is going to move up or move down. It's not clear. It's cloudy. That's the word I'm looking for. It's the cloud, so it's a little cloudy. It's uncertainty, where it's uncertain in the cloud whether price is going to move up or move down. The future on the cloud is not really helping much because there's no crossover here, so we can't really ascertain as to whether or not. If you saw a crossover to the red here, then potentially we would see us move down through the cloud and potentially move back up where the red portion is at. But the cloud's not helping out right now. It's cloudy. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that. Uncertainty. That's really the word I was looking for, but I couldn't. Cloudy works too. As far as the conversion line and the baseline goes on the 4-hour, the setup on this looks good. The base is lower than the conversion, so conversion's higher. And we don't have a crossover, and it doesn't look like there's a crossover imminent. The lagging line is above the price line, and price is above the cloud. Price does usually like to start trending down and driving through thinner portions of the cloud, but the cloud is only getting thicker in the futures, which does kind of seem to indicate a little bit that price might be heading downwards here a little. But the selling, speaking from the technical terms of how a day/swing trader would look at this, the amount of times that the price has hit the conversion line is more than adequate enough warning signs to maybe exit a position. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again here. Myself, I'm my gut's holding out today, but I'm gonna risk it and eat some more Alfredo. Nana's hangover is good. That's good to hear. Glad you got past that. If you didn't hear yesterday's toast, Nana, you should go listen. Good morning, Koba. PC3, I think that it's really simple. Just take your average 3-month volume and divide it by your free float. Multiply by 100. And what that does is it tells you your daily amount of shares that are being traded on average, the percentage. And I think anything over 6% is high, very, very high. Somewhere between 3 and 6% is kind of abnormally high, but still just kind of manageable, I think. It's kind of like that. It's that gray area. I think between 3 and 6% is kind of the gray area for hedge funds where it's starting to become over leveraged to the point to where they're either going to start bankrupting the company very soon, or there may be some kind of squeeze potential there. But anything less than 3% is normal. So any particular given security should only have about 3% of its volume traded on a daily basis on average. If not, then there's two different things that are going on. One, it's either being synthetically manipulated, or two, the price should be dropping like a rock because people are selling their positions and massive amounts of volume is occurring. Monty, thank you so much, sir. 1352 to 1652, I got you down. Nana gets a laugh out of Ichimoto. Carl says, so as you would say, Casey, isn't it bullish if they are closing old loans, knowing the price could go up in big ways? Yes. Otherwise, I mean, think about it, right? Like, why would you close short interest if you had full faith that the price was going to continue to drop? Unless you'd made like crap tons of money, but the only way that short interest could make money is if price was dropping, but it's not dropping. So they're closing out positions because they're afraid of what's to come. So it's very, very bullish. Yo says, Casey, can you see what the dollar is up to? Man, I hate it when you guys ask me for currencies. I hate looking up the currencies. I always forget what the tickers are. I don't ever really look at currencies too much, but remind me what it is. It's like, I know I've got them already listed up here somewhere. I never trade currencies at all. It's a great indicator to look at, but I mean, usually you can just pick that stuff up on like news feeds and stuff, and so I usually just come across it by accident all the time, and so I don't ever really look at it. I don't think I have it listed up here. Oh, there it is. Maybe this is it. No, that's gold. Let's see here. I know I've pulled it up not too long ago. It should be on my list here. Is it ADA USD? No, maybe. I don't know. That's not it. That's a crypto. If DXY, all right, thanks. Appreciate it. I can never remember what it. I need to write it down. All right, DXY. Historically speaking, the last time it has been this high is 2002 was the last time we saw these kind of numbers. September of 2002, a year after 9/11. And it's taking a pretty hard turn up. Pokey stick of volume. Pokey stick of volume. Let's see here. Our total volume after pokey stick of volume is 2655. Super low volume. Super low. I gotta say 2040. I don't know. Hold on a second. That is so low. Let me look at something real quick here. We had back-to-back days that were nearly the same amount of volume. We had 36.6 to 35.2. Maybe this drops us down to 30. I'm gonna go 25 to 45 in volume for the day today. I don't normally do strange numbers like that, but that's what I'm gonna do. 25 to 45. Okay, I'm going back up because I see you guys writing a bunch of stuff here, so let me read these. Michael says, Casey, I called my broker Schwab yesterday and asked them what max pain was on GME for the week. I got a guesstimate. I don't understand an options chart. Can you tell me how to find it looking for 715? Yeah, there's the page that I use is called maximumpain.com, and I'll just put the link up for you here so you can find that for yourself. But maximumpain.com says for the end of by 7:15, $15 is the max pain. So Trey put out a video recently that said where he was talking about what max pain's definition is, right? And then he literally read off because I've got it actually written down here. I have it written down in my notes, and I quickly scrolled to it right now. The max pain price is the strike price with the most open contract puts and calls, and the price at which the stock would cause financial losses for the largest number of option holders at expiration. Then he went on to clarify. And I agree with what it is that he's saying. Maximum pain is really the amount of pain where the people who make the most from premiums are going to make money without losing money. And so it's that number is going to change a little bit all the time. So even though I've said $15 is max pain this entire week, as the week has continued on with the total amount of volume that's happened every single day, it's probably changed a little bit every single day. It's not really 15, but it's probably pretty close or somewhere on the top, probably more towards the bottom side than the top side. But that's the technical definition of max pain. Nana Ape says, I heard it. Alan says, morning Casey, if short interest was closed yesterday, then why are we still at this price? It wasn't. Just because short interest closes doesn't mean that price has to move immediately. And that's not true either. Those loans have to be repaid. In order for them to close those loans, they have to find shares. And all they're doing is they're opening up more loans to pay off past loans. So the idea that the perpetual can just go on forever and that they never get hurt by this is a falsehood. They're massively getting hurt. They're opening up new loans to pay off old loans, and the current loan prices are super high. So the idea is that they're getting massively damaged over time. So time is really on our side, even though it doesn't feel like it because you may be over leveraged. But if you weren't over leveraged and you just sat here and treated it like it was a savings plan, like you probably should be, then you wouldn't be feeling any pain at all. Just sit and hold. You just wait. It's only going to hurt them, not us. Cuddy Cut says, good morning. I don't know how to word it, but when you talked about older loans closing out, can you explain like a fifth grade level terms what that means? Is it good for AMC hedges losing? If you're short on a position, you make money when the price drops below your short interest amounts. If it doesn't, and you have to close out those positions and you have to go out and find shares. You've got to find money and you have to find shares. If they're closing out short interest that's above where they're at, then they only have to find then they're just getting paid, right? The idea between what a short hedge fund tries to do versus what they're actually doing is two different things. Normally, you find short interest that will yield you gains because on the other side of that is infinite losses. So usually what they try to do, or what they should be trying to do, is shorting to a certain position because they think that the stock is only worth that much in value. But what's actually been happening is that they've been trying to short positions into bankruptcy, right? Because then the idea there is that once you bankrupt the company, you don't have to pay taxes on any of your earnings, and all the money that you've collected along the way is outright yours, and you own it, and it's good for the hedgies, right? So the idea here, let's see, let me reread what you wrote here. I don't know how to word it. So when they're closing out that short interest, and the short interest is not making them incredible amounts of money, you have to ask the question you have to ask yourself now is why? Why would they be closing positions? Well, if there's infinite losses to the top side and they're closing out the positions, then that means that they believe that the price is probably going to start going up. But it doesn't mean that it has to go up right away. It just means that they see what's going to happen in the future and they're trying to get it off their books. So they're willing to take a short-term loss to avoid long-term greater losses. Or maybe even less of a short-term gain. That might be another way to look at it too. It's really difficult to determine, Cuddy Cut, how, like when I say that they're older loans, I just know that it's dropping the on loan average age per day. So that means that the loans are older than the average. Uh, I don't know what the actual average is. It would be much easier for me to figure out like how old they are and what the short interest price would have been or what they would have been closing out. It's difficult to say. It's really difficult to say. It's mostly guesstimating. So I don't know if they took. I would assume that they probably took a loss. But I can tell you one thing for sure: they're not finding it in shares. They're not finding shares to close out these positions, and the reason I say that is because you can see very clearly that they're taking out short-term loans right now, or what security lending is supposed to be a short-term loan. So they're taking out security lending in order to pay off those loans, that short interest. And that's going to get real costly really, really quick. It was near the top of your list. I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. Keto, I got you down for 14.13 to. Oh, son of a gun. Hold on a second. 14.13 to 17.13. Yep. Stockwiz, that's not true. I mean, if what you're saying was true, you're saying simple why we have not MOASS. They just park the orders in the dark pool, and I don't know when they will ever stop this unless rules force them to do so, which will be never. So in my opinion, MOASS will happen when not expecting. The idea that they can just continue this forever, perpetually forever, and that can just be ongoing is not true. And the reason I say that is because you can go back and you look at GME. It didn't. It ended. There is an end of the cycle. The question is at what point is it going to cost them so much that they can't meet their margin requirements? And to be quite frank, I think you'll know when you start seeing the market really tanking. Nosa says, Casey Shaw, do you know if there is a limit day when option contracts can be set for a given week? For today, 7:15, options can be traded till 7:13, or can it be till market close on 7:15? Wow, I'm having such a hard time just because those dates are backwards. We do it the other way here. It's month then date, or day, I should say. Let's see, or can it be? And first off, Nosa, I'm not a great person to ask about options. I understand how they work, but do you know when there is a limit day when option contracts can be set for a given week? I'm not sure what you mean by that question. I don't understand it. Do you know if there's a limit day when? Okay, so what you're saying is there a day when you can no longer? I don't understand. Be set for a given. Oh, maybe you mean is there a day where you can't buy options for a certain week anymore? Yeah, when the day is past. In other words, they can continue to buy. People can buy options for today that expire today until today ends. Tater Tots. Yeah, I like Jeff, man. Jeff's cool. Beach guy. I don't know who you're talking about as far as going out of business. Top Gun was awesome, Abby. I liked it. More importantly, my wife liked it. She didn't even want to go see it originally, and by the end of the movie, she's like, I could see that again. I think she really liked the storyline. So to me, that's a litmus test, right? When somebody who walks into a movie just not wanting to see it in the first place, who likes it, that tells me something right there. Well, I don't understand why that would be the case, PC3, because we have evidence of it happening twice. It doesn't make sense to me. PC3 saying, I think many apes that aren't over leveraged are suspicious that the hedgies will weasel out of paying us. These people don't lose. They do. They do lose. Actually, there's actually way more than just twice. There's tons of evidence that squeezes work all the time. So the fact that that hedge funds can be squeezed in a play, I mean, there wouldn't be a word for it if it wasn't a thing. The only reason PC3 that I can think of that this wouldn't work for us, the only reason is us. We're holding a royal flush in our hands. It's like holding a royal flush at a card table, right? And then saying like, I just don't know. I just don't know if this hand's gonna be good enough. There might be a way that they could win this. That's exactly what this is like. You're sitting here with a royal flush in your hand and you're saying, I think there might be a way to weasel out of this. I don't know. Why would you have doubt about that? But there is a way out of that for them, right? And it's too many people sitting there holding a royal flush and doubting it and saying, I fold. I fold. It's too much pressure. I can't take it. I'm out. Right? And if too many people fold out, then yeah, you're absolutely right. It works in their favor. And so this is why you start watching things like OBV. Are people holding like they say they're going to hold, or are they getting out? Really important to watch. And as I see it, I don't see people selling off. Caitlin says, has anyone ever looked if hedge fund market makers have been shorting their fellow hedgies that go bankrupt and making money off their own failures? I haven't looked into that. No. I would imagine that they probably try to acquire each other on occasions. But I can only imagine that if a hedge fund's going under, they probably have bad positions, and you probably wouldn't want to have anything to do with them. Don't worry about it, Caitlin. Don't ever feel the pressure to like the show. It's I get nothing out of it. Uh, there's no pressure. No, so don't feel bad. I know, we have there's a language barrier between you and I, Nosa, and you're the one going the extra mile to talk in my language. You're I should be the one apologizing here. It's my bad that I don't. It's hard for me to make it. You're doing a great job. I mean, you truly and honestly do a wonderful job of communicating in a foreign language. I'm impressed. Okay, cool, Nosa. I'm glad I was able to help you. Shamamol says, please help. I don't know what you need help with. Sandy wants to know, does AMC still have to go down lower before the squeeze? I do. I do think that AMC is going to go lower before there's a squeeze. I think there's always at least a 10% rundown before a big shot up. Someone mentioned BBBY. Okay, what about it? Shamamol, what do you need? What's going on? Stockwiz says, Casey, do you agree we will know if MOASS has started if one morning we are up 500% or it can also start during the trading session? I quite honestly think, and this is just my opinion, Stockwiz, but I do tend to believe that it's going to happen when we'll wake up and we'll have seen maybe a 500% increase in price and drop. Like we'll wake up and it will have moved up 500% and back down to where it originally was before we even had a chance to take a look. Like I'll start the live stream at 6 a.m. my time or 7 a.m. Eastern. And I'll be like, guess what, guys? We went up to some huge amount of money, and we're right back where we started from while we were sleeping. Congratulations! Yay! I really, truly, and honestly do believe that something like that will happen. If it goes up in the middle of the day during trading, it's possible. But I do think that my opinion is it'll probably happen in the pre-market. Uh, okay, that is a great point, Arthur. I'm trying to read through these. Thank you, Abby. I'm glad we had a good time too. Because it's hard to get her to go see movies she doesn't want to see, and this is now like the second time I've pleasantly gotten her into something. Arthur Martin says, Caitlin, I also think they are in a way training us on when to get out. By this, I mean they are getting us to expect small gains and small gains only. I am in total agreement. We're being conditioned, Arthur, 100%. We're being conditioned to believe things like when you see the circuit breakers trip, that price is going to start running down, and it's time to get out. That's what they're training us to start believing. I do believe that they're also training us to believe that a short squeeze play is very short and temporary. These are all falsehoods. All falsehoods. Price may start running down when a circuit breaker trips, and if it does, it doesn't mean it's over. That's not this play. This play is not one of those simple 1 day turnaround time things. It's just not. And so I agree completely. We're being conditioned to believe things. Duncan said 5 aces. I see where you're going there, Duncan, but I still think we're still holding a royal flush. Arthur says, I did not come this far just to come this far, Casey. I'm with you, Arthur. Stockwiz says the longer this takes, the better because people will be holding stronger because they are pissed at the hedgies. Um, I think it wears people down too, though, as well. I guess we'll see what people's convictions are like, Stockwiz, when it really happens. Because I can tell you right now, this holding through what we're seeing have happened to us for like the last year is nothing in comparison to what it's going to feel like when we watch price rise and drop 70% and know that that's not at the top yet. That's going to be the hard part. Because I'm sitting here telling you right now that I think that there's like an over a 90% chance that you're going to see price drive up to X amount of dollars and drop at least 60 or 70% before seeing a high to the very top. And that's going to be the hard part, especially depending upon how high it is. And if I were to just make up numbers, let's just say $1,000, watching it drop from $1,000 down to $400, and knowing that you're just going to sit there after watching your account go from X amount of dollars down to 60% less, it's going to be really, really difficult to sit there and hold, knowing that you're still not at the top yet. That's the hard part. We haven't even faced that yet. I'm trying to read faster here, guys. Casey, you get laughs. Remember cockles. Yeah, you gotta have cockles. You gotta have cockles for this play. James says, listen to me. Last year I saw AMC go so high when I joined the market. I was so excited, and Trey YouTube was screaming like a new baby. I remember. I think we all were. My wife just walked in and said, "Yeah, he's so exciting." He what? Oh, she said he was so exciting. Hey, she's the critic. It's not me. Although I have to say, if you watch Trey in reverse order, he used to be better. He gets, if you watch him in reverse order, he gets better over time. It's true. If you start with his videos now and you watch him in reverse order, he gets better over time. And Stockwiz, I was just throwing out a random number there. I was just trying to give an example. Arthur says 1K is BS. I was just giving a number, Arthur. Just throwing a number out there. Don't hate on me. I'm just trying. It's real easy for me to figure out what 60% of 1K is. I'm sorry. I should have said 10K. I should have said 10K. At 10K, it's 4,000, right? It drops from 10K to 10K down to $4,000. You get my point though, right? Like watching it drop from whatever value it is by 60% and knowing it you're still not at the top. That's the hard part. That's the part I want you to focus on. Don't focus on the numbers I'm giving you. Focus on the difficulty of knowing that there's more. See, the crazy part about this, guys, is that we hold the bull by the balls, and we get to decide when it's over. We do. We 100% ultimately get to decide when this is over. Every single one of us gets to make that decision. Mr. Smith, that is no, I don't believe so. I think you need to call your broker and find out, but I think the answer that you'll probably get is no. I do believe that there's a period of time that you have to hold your shares to continue to receive those shares, that dividend that you're supposed to be getting. Go read the fine print; it's in there. Or call your broker, one or the other. But don't take my word for it. I'm okay with being wrong, but I don't believe that that's the case. I hear you, Arthur. I hear you, man. I'm in it to win it. I'm not, you know, I'm holding, but I'm also watching what people are doing. I'm gonna be realistic about this because I'm gonna be watching the numbers. So if majority of the people don't believe that this can go that high and they end up selling, I'll know it, and that's what I'm basing what my position's going to be. So I'm willing to let this thing ride to however high everybody else is willing to let it ride to. James says, I thought, wait, it's going to bust a wheel, get that money, bro. And then they dropped it. And I said, no, my money is going away from me. So now I'm a veteran and I'm ready to dance with Amy. Mysterious Motorsport says, I'm 48. My whole 401k is doing worse than my AMC account is. But I did buy in super early. People need to do what they need to do, but I am positive in my thinking that this can only go on for so long. And I'm with you. I'm with you on that. David, he said after the Q2 earnings report. We don't know exactly when, but that's what he said. Haze Monster says 2 weeks. James says, if I see your van drive off, I know you've got the money and ran. Win is saying, what do you think about BlackRock selling out their position? Could this correlate with the return shares we are seeing on Ortex? Why would they sell off their position right now? I'm going to assume, because I haven't seen it yet, Win, is that you're looking at 13F reports or filings, and you're seeing some kind of selling that occurred. This is about the time today and tomorrow, I think, I can't remember if it's today or tomorrow that the deadline for the 13Fs are, but I'm going to go over here. I'm going to look at it. Let's see here. What do we got going on? I'm looking for the BlackRock. Don't see a BlackRock sale. I'll tell you what, though. I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna speculate on what it is that you're saying here. And I want you to know this. I've been looking at these numbers for a really, really long time, Win. And one thing that I can tell you right now is that BlackRock. Hold on a second. Let me look up I always forget the name of the third one. BlackRock, Vanguard, and is it State Street? I always forget if it's State Street or if it's. Hold on a second. Let me just sort here. Yeah, State Street Corporation. Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. Oh no, wait. Shoot, now I can't tell the difference if it's Jane Street. Hold on a second here. There's two 13Fs. One's got calls. The other one's got a. I think it's State Street Corporation. But those three individuals in the fourth quarter of last year sold off almost their entire positions and rebought back in at a lower price. So I'm going to tell you right now that they do this all the time. They're swing playing this thing and trying to make the most out of their money. They're definitely playing the market. So in regards to, and I don't see a BlackRock sell here that's listed, so I don't know what it is you're seeing, but I can tell you right now that if they're selling shares, they're likely selling shares. Those are old reportings of things that they've done in the second quarter, more than likely, if you're just now starting to see a report of it. And that means that they were selling probably at a higher rate. And so if you go back and you look historically at what happened in the second quarter, I can remember a time in the second quarter where that may have been the case. I don't know if you remember, but this run up when we went up to $34.33 and then we immediately started coming back down, somebody gamed the market. And I've told you that they did it in the fourth quarter, so why wouldn't they do it again? Our own brokers are definitely gaming the market for sure. So, and when I say our own brokers, I'm talking about BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Fidelity, doesn't matter who it is. Why? Institutions are made to make money, man. That's what they do. They're here to make money. And they're going to make money the same way that everybody else is going to try and make money. So, it doesn't make me, I'm not fearful of the fact that they are trying to make money. It actually tells me that we've got something good going on here. Yeah, I didn't hear him say that, Beach Guy. I just heard him say that he would announce it um, after the second quarter earnings. He didn't say when. It could. He just said that it would be after for sure. No, I have not looked at it. I plan on doing it this morning, or this weekend, Martin. Arthur, I'm going to be doing it this weekend. I do most of my really good research on the weekends. 9 hours of streaming and doing research on top of that is extremely exhausting. My best research is done when I have my days off. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. I'm glad it gets you. I'm glad it makes you. It gets you pumped up. I want you to curb your expectations a little bit there, Beach Guy. And I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I want you to think about this. Adam Aaron is not here to create a squeeze. That's not his job. His job is to keep a company running, and his job is to make it profitable. So, in regards to if this big announcement isn't gonna do something crazy to help us, I think you're looking at it wrong. It needs to help the company, not us. In return, when the company is helped, we end up getting something out of it. But don't look at it as it's going to cause MOASS or anything like that. Try to look at it from a different perspective. Highway Frog, I liked it a lot. The one of the cool factors about the movie Highway Frog is that I think it can be a standalone. I don't think that you have to watch the original to get some of the stuff in the movie. When you're welcome. But Highway Frog, I saw it with the new lasers, the new that's why today, lasers. I saw it with the new laser projectors. Um, I couldn't, I don't know. I wish I had seen the movie without the laser projectors, but it was crystal clear. It was crystal clear. There wasn't, it was really good looking. And in fact, when they showed the old clips and some of the old photos, it was so grainy looking that I mean, it was like you could tell they pulled it off of VHS or something. And the thing is I'm sure they didn't pull it from the original footage from VHS. So the quality of the pictures that from the past were so fuzzy. I'm sure they probably had to clean them up just to make them look presentable on the screen. So, but yeah, it was um, it was good. I really enjoyed it. My wife, I think, is probably the better critic because of the fact that she didn't even want to go see it, and then when she saw it, she got chills at one point in the movie, and then after it was over, she said I think I could see that again. She's like I kind of want to see that again. So yeah, good movie. Cody says, "Can you run through your thoughts on GME today?" Uh, Max Payne. That probably doesn't really. I don't know if you know what Max Payne is for GME. I don't know what it is. Let me go check and see. GME's Max Payne is $140. So my guess is that perhaps you're going to see a little bit of a run up today. me just make sure I got that right. Hold on. I just noticed something that I may have looked at the wrong. No, it is 140. Okay, I just want to make sure. Don't beach guy. I'm just saying. Like don't place undue expectations on an announcement. That's all. That's okay, DJ. I'm not worried about it. Arthur Martin, I'm not sure what you're referencing as far as the ETFs go. But I am refreshing the ETFs for AMC because I'm waiting to see if they're going to change if the ETF.com website is going to change the makeup. They're still showing us our biggest holder is IWM, which I know is not the case. I don't know when this website's going to change, but I sent an email to him a while ago asking him and got no response. Nikki says CNBC writes Bank of America says U.S. will fall into mild recession this year, and Fox Business writes Bank of America analysts say severe recession needed to cool inflation. American Trader says totally buying a monocle off Amazon. That's pretty funny. Oh yes, Cuddy Cut. Congratulations on your. Did you say it was your son? For my oldest son. Yeah, UT's I mean, the fans of the school is amazing. I think you're going to find that the campus is really cool. It's a very open campus. Like I don't think I've ever seen quite such an open campus like that before. But here's the other part about it, Cuddy Cut is I don't know if you're into the whole party life or anything like that, but you might want to avoid Sixth Street at night. Uh, just saying, like it gets really kind of rowdy down there. It depends on what kind of scene you like, and your kid's probably not old enough to drink if they're just going into college anyways. So avoid the whole Sixth Street at nighttime and Rainy Street. Just avoid that whole area. You'll find them on a map. But as far as like good places to go eat, Franklin's Barbecue is right down there. If you want an experience, that is probably one of the better barbecue places to go to. The only problem is that you got to get up like super early in the morning and go stand in a line for like an hour. You have to wait in line. Actually, that's not true. The earlier you get there, the better. Like if it opens and at I don't remember what time it opens. Let's say it opens at like 7. If it opens at 7, get there at 6 in the line, and you'll wait about 2 hours. Uh, and don't use those numbers. I'm just saying as an example. If it opens at 7, get there at 6, and you'll end up having to wait about 2 hours. If it opens up at 8, get there at 7, you'll leave by 9. But uh, I'll warn you, if you're going there, be careful with eating the bark. The bark is the burnt stuff uh, on the well, whatever it is that you're getting in this barbecue. It could be brisket, it could be chicken, whatever. But be careful eating the bark. Don't eat too much. You will have the worst indigestion in your entire life. You will regret it. It'll taste like the best thing you've ever had, but it's the devil, man. It's the devil. Don't put the devil in your mouth. Not, or put the devil, taste the devil, don't consume the devil. But if you don't want to go there, if you don't want to wait insane amounts of time to try and get your meat from Franklin's, there is a place called the Slab, SLAB. Great barbecue. I highly recommend it. They have something there called like the Tornado, the Texas Tornado or something like that. And it's a burrito that basically comes with like every single one of their meats, potatoes, and like it's the best ultimate burrito you could ever possibly have. It's super yummy. So I recommend those for barbecue. In regards to anything else, um, I don't know. Trying to think. I'm trying to think what else is downtown that's like really super cool. Um, yeah, I don't know. If you like people watching, you want to see stupid people, go down to that 6th Street at nighttime. Just tell your son, say like, if I ever find out you were here when you were supposed to be in college. Oh, I got you, Arthur. You're looking into those new single stock ETFs. I got you. Okay, sorry, I wasn't thinking. Now I'm scrolling back up now to see what you had said before. I don't know where it's at. Too many words. Mysterious Motorsports says Bucky's. I don't know. Look, here's the other thing, Cuddy Cut. If you want like a real simple, easy, quick fill for barbecue, hit Rudy's. They're at gas stations. I think those are. If you're gonna stop someplace, stop there. Because I think that's even better than Bucky's. But Bucky's is cool to just kind of stop in and look at. You don't need to buy anything, but just go check it out, I guess. It's kind of a cool place. DJ Screw says Congress Street Bridge where the bats live. That's not bad. Not bad. Bat. uh, yeah, at sunset, just before sunset, you can usually look up the times. The times vary when the bats leave Congress Street Bridge. It's kind of a cool thing to see. I'm trying to remember if they're here for the summer or not. I don't recall. I think they are. But Donkey Song Kong says check out Yahoo's story on AMC. I'll do that if you want a good chuckle. Let's see here. Well, it doesn't make the top list on Google. Oh shoot, guys, I gotta go to break. 17 hours ago, Samantha Morton's Alpha returns. No, that can't be it. That's not it. 2 weeks. 10 hours ago, New Mexico Stranger Things backdrop hits production peak. No. No. I don't see any currents. I'll try to find it later. I need to go to break here. But Arthur says, Casey, this ETF seems like a daily options type play, as in buy the bear if you think it's going down today, or buy the bull if you think it's going up. I think, but I'm no smart. You eat crayons for a living, right? Yeah, I don't know, Ross. I'm not sure. I'm gonna be looking into it this weekend. Doug, good morning to you. All right, guys, I'm out. I gotta head out of here because I should have been on break a while ago. Let me put up the smoke signals, and then I'm gonna head out and come back shortly thereafter. Let's see here. Javi, how's it going, man? Good to see you. All right, let me get some music popped up here, and then I'm gonna go to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Good to see you all here. Let's see here. What are you guys writing? Hmm. Casey, how do you get that van to fit in your office? I don't. I get my office to fit in the van. That's a great question, though. It is a very good question. It's not. It's beyond what you can see. Look beyond. Let's see here. Um, Hayes Monster says you got candy in there. I'll tell you. Oh man, it sounds to me like you guys want the bus to go away. I swear, if those rumors start happening, I'm gonna have to get rid of this the big tramp. It's a free, yeah, it's free Wi-Fi. It's free Wi-Fi that sucks. It's the worst Wi-Fi ever. Mysterious Motorsports says it's not the size of the van, it's how you use it. I gotta come up with a price prediction for the day here, guys. Hold on, give me a second. Uh, Hold on, let me see what happens if I do this. SSR trips at 1355. You know what's funny, guys? I said that I thought SSR would trip on Tuesday. Didn't happen Tuesday. Didn't happen Wednesday. Didn't happen Thursday. I'm thinking price is going to move up today. I think price might move up a little bit, maybe just a little. Wouldn't it be funny if I said that and it trips SSR today? I feel like maybe I should just go ahead and say that so that we can trip SSR and get it out of the way. I'm thinking about going 1382 to 1580. Oh wait, no, 1682. But I feel like that might be just a tad bit high. Oh, screw it. 1382 to that's what I'm gonna do. 1382 to 1682. And if I end up being wrong, I end up being wrong. It's a tiebreaker, guys. It's a tiebreaker day to day. So whoever has the average price closest to the closing price is the winner for the week. Arthur says after MOASS you can afford. You know, Arthur, when I was in high school as a kid, I always had this dream that I would buy a VW bus bug and travel up and down the west coast of California, finding surf spots to camp out at and just do like some kind of remedial jobs just to get enough gas money to move to the next surf spot and go surfing there, and then camping out and getting a job just long enough to get gas money to go to the next surf spot. Back in those days, gas was only $1 a gallon, so you know, and minimum wage was I think well, maybe it was 4.25, so you wouldn't have to work for too long to get too much gas money. But that never came to fruition. Life took me a much different path. Oh, I don't care, American Trader. That's nice. Doesn't bother me. I'm surprised he even cares to know what it is that I'm saying anymore. I don't care about him and what he has to say. Let's see here. Trying to figure out. By the way, I just want to mention that for next week, Max Payne is moving to 1450, so we may be seeing a little bit of a decrease in price going into next week. As it stands this week, though, it is $15. And for those of you guys who didn't see it, Adam Aaron did tweet out some posts last night of some very happy AMC share owners who were attending the movies with him on last night's Top Gun viewing, which I also saw, which was really good. My wife said that at one point she looked over to me and kind of touched her arm, signaling to me that she was getting chills. Um, that's cool. There was a moment in there. I wish I could remember what moment it was. I don't remember exactly when it was, but and then at the end of the movie, she looked over at me and said, "I could watch that again." And I was like, "Oh wow," because she didn't even want to see the movie to begin with, and so she enjoyed it. And I personally think that as a standalone movie, I don't think you have to see the first one to enjoy the second one. And she actually said she with the different cutscenes that they showed from the first movie, she said she didn't really remember any of those cutscenes and is now wondering if she even saw the first movie. I love to win says trade the van for the Oscar Mayer Wiener mobile so we can screw the hedgies. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I can only imagine the things that are said then. Mysterious Motorsport says I want the MOASS to hit after the housing market crashes so I can buy up investment homes on the cheap. I looked into I was going to do something like that back in 2008. Um, well, actually, it was more like 2009, 10-ish, after the housing market already crashed, and we were looking at homes that were selling for about I think they were selling for about $30,000 a piece in Arizona. And they were originally worth, I think, three times that. So they might have been like 100 or 90 to $100,000 homes that were selling for 30 on foreclosures. And we started moving around, or we started going around with a realtor to take a look at them to see which ones we wanted to buy because we were going to buy three of them. And uh, we had my youngest son with us at the time because he hadn't started school yet. I think he might have been two, maybe three. And we walked into one of the homes, and it was a hoarder house. And they had moved out. It wasn't one of the worst hoarding houses. Like if you've watched some of the hoarding TV shows, it wasn't one of the worst hoarding houses you've ever seen in your whole life, but it was pretty bad. I actually regret having even walked in there without a mask. But after we left, we asked him what he thought about it, and he started crying. He's like, "I don't want to move." And I don't know, man. It hit me. It hit me weird. Um, I don't know. Seeing my kid cry, I couldn't. It's not like we were gonna move into the house. We weren't moving there, but then I was sitting there thinking like these are the kind of homes that I'm gonna turn, that I'm gonna try and I'm basically gonna turn into a slumlord. And this is here my kid is saying he doesn't even want to live. He doesn't even want to live in the house. And I couldn't do it. there was something about it that I just didn't want to be a part of, I guess. But I'm not saying that's what you're looking into. I'm just saying I went down that road before and thought about doing investment homes and backed out of it. Leave No Ape Behind says, you're going to turn that big tramp into a roach coach? No. A roach coach. Man. It's time to get the market started for this morning, guys. So I will see you on the other side of market open, and give you guys a chance to watch what's going to happen here. All right. I'm kind of expecting a little bit of an update today. So we'll see. Maybe we hit my 10% down now that I'm saying up. We did have mixed markets in the foreign markets, so we'll see what happens. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Define your meaning of war. To me, it's what we do when we're bored. I feel the heat coming off of the blacktop, and it makes me want it more. Because I'm hyped up, out of control. If it's a fight, I'm ready to go. I wouldn't put my money on the other guy. If you know what I know that I know. It's been a long time coming, and the tables turn around. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us is going down. I'm not running, it's a little different now. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us is going down. Define your meaning fun. To me, it's when we're getting it done. I feel the heat coming off of the blacktop, so get ready for another one. Let's take a trip down memory lane. The words circling in my brain. You can treat this like another all the same, but don't cry like a bitch when you feel the pain. It's been a long time coming, and the tables turn around. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us is going down. I'm not running, it's a little different now. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us is going down. This is hardly worth fighting for, but it's a little space that I can't ignore. With my fist in your face and your face on the floor. It'll be a long time coming. Bet you got the message now. 'Cause I was never going. Yeah, you're the one that's going down. One of us is going down. I'm not running, it's a little different now. 'Cause one of us is going, one of us is going down. One of us is going down.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. That is the sick puppies. You're going down. In case that's what Pumpy was asking about. I wasn't sure if Pumpy was not hearing the music or if he was wondering who it was, but that's who it was. Brandon S. Brought to us by Brandon S. He was the one that recommended that for a song for the day to day. So there it is. I'm blaming him. I'm blaming him. Let's see. Do you see the spoofing orders at 1551, 1571, and 1582? I don't know if I would call those spoofing. I just think those are walls. I think those are buying and selling walls. I don't know. Because it's not even there yet. I think you're going to see, I would call more spoofing when you see them set up, they move, and then they touch, and then they never actually occur at the bid and ask levels. When you see them so far down the list here, I wouldn't, I would just see them as like posturing for sell walls. And really, actually, I'm saying it backwards because it's really a buy wall, right? Like, because it's keeping the price from going up. It's potentially a wall to keep the price from moving up. But you're right though. When those get hit, if those move up the list and they get hit and they just disappear, that's definitely spoofing. Highway Frog, I read what you said there. You said the smaller farming communities are important to me. I'll give some monies to help strengthen that post MOASS. I think that is there's you're not the only one, man. There's so many people in this community. I've talked to so many people, and the stories that I hear, like what are your plans to do with some of the money? I remember I interviewed one of the Reddit community uh, moderators for AMC stock. And one of the things I think in the interview I asked him, I said, "Do you have any plans for your MOASS money?" And I think I think it was him. He was working for a mom and pop shop in a small town, and he said, I really enjoy working for these guys, and my hopes is to be able to help keep them in business. And I was just like, I was floored by that. I was like, man, you're like, in my head, I didn't say this to him, but I was like, in my head, I was sitting there thinking, like, you're working for these people and you want to help them out. How many of you guys, raise your hand? Raise your hand if you're working for a company you want to spend some of your money after this is all over to help keep in business. It's crazy. It's probably not very many of you. I can only imagine it's probably, I'm going to put a poll up on it. I'm going to pull up a poll. Uh, will you use your MOASS money to help your current employer? L. Yuli says, I would. I think that's amazing. I think that's amazing. I think that's so rare. I think that is really, really rare. I don't think that that's very often that we see people who would do that. I'm not trying to say bad things about our employers out there. I'm just saying that that is not the norm. I don't think it's the norm. Although 50% of you already have voted each way on this after 10 votes. So it's actually kind of crazy to me that there's that many. After 10 votes and it's 50-50, 5 of you said yes already. That's insane. I think that's incredibly high. But I don't know. We'll see how the poll goes here in the end. But I'm actually really surprised with the numbers I'm seeing right now. So it's 69. Nice. 69% of you are saying no. I am really surprised. I'm actually happily surprised that there's 24% of you saying yes right now. That makes me happy inside. It makes me happy inside to know that there are people out there, that 25% of you guys so far have employers that you genuinely care for. I think that's exciting to know, and I'm glad that you're willing to help them out. I think that's an amazing thing. I wish I could say the same for myself. There's no way. I mean, I've worked semiconductors most of my entire life, and I don't think they need my money. So I guess it really kind of depends on what you do for a job. Oh, I guess, yeah, see, that's really the thing. Yuli says, I work with disabled children, so it's a no-brainer. I can understand that one. That makes total sense to me. I guess it really does make a difference on what it is you do for a living. But I don't know. I would have expected 90-10 on the ratio, but it's more like right now it's kind of three. It's like 74. It's like 75-25. It makes me want to hear the story of the 25 percenters though. For those of you guys who are willing to do that, it's your story that I want to hear. It's truly and honestly, it's your story that I want to hear. I want to hear about your employers because those are the people, those are the good people in this world, and I find it really rare. I find it really really rare to find that many good people, and yet here we are with 25% of the people saying yes. I think that's great. I think it's awesome. It tells me that they're still good people. Mysterious Motorsports says, I work for myself. Myself is over here saying, like, Mysterious Motorsports works for me. I didn't even know I was paying them. I can see it coming. See, Sammy boy, I'm kind of with you. I'd sooner give to a charity than an employer. That's kind of how I feel, but that's because I've worked for big companies like Samsung, Well, you probably haven't heard of the rest. Well, actually, Hyundai, Samsung are some of the bigger ones that I've worked for. They don't need my money. I would never give them a cent, not a penny. Arthur Martin says, I want a small plot of land to grow a garden and have a fishery. Imagine catching a fish at 1 p.m. and digging up some tomatoes and picking some fresh beans and eating all that at 5 p.m. Talk about fresh. There was a YouTube video that came across my way. It was like three guys out on a fishing boat in the open sea, and they caught some. It looked like, well, it wasn't yellowfin. It was something else. It looked like it was some kind of tuna, but I'm not sure what kind it was. And they took it home and they made this tuna salad. Uh, it looked like the most amazing thing I've ever. I showed it to my wife when she came home. I was like, "That's I want to live that kind of life. Go out and just catch and come in and prepare it fresh. Mm, that would be cool. My wife likes to fish, but she doesn't like eating it though. That's the funny part. She's more of a catch and release. Can I move the trigger? Let's see. Actor says, "Good morning. Can you move the trigger price window a wee bit to the left? Trigger price window. Trigger price window. Oh, for SSR. Ah, yes, I understand what it is. I've been thinking about moving that because of that, because it's covering up some of those numbers. Yes, I can. There you go. We'll just slide everything over. I always forget if it's shift. I think it's shift. There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you. Although it doesn't help you too much with seeing the price with my big tramp here. As Rule says, I work for the government, so I hear you on that one, man. Ray says I will help my current. It's now I'm starting to wonder how many of you said yes because you are. If you're your own current employer, say no. You don't count, or just don't vote if you're your own current employer. Because now I'm starting to feel like we're getting polluted on the yeses because if you're your own, obviously if you're your own employer, of course you're going to pay yourself. Michael says you got to keep the beard for life like that, Casey. You know what? Is it messed up right now? Is that why you're saying that? I don't know if maybe it is. I don't know. I didn't really even look at it this morning. Unfinished Business says I do media consulting work for 4 startups and I plan on investing in all 4 with MOASS funds. I think that's really cool, man. I mean that shows your dedication in working for the consultants or for who you're consulting for, and I think that's really cool. I've always kind of been of the mindset that work for somebody that you love to work for, or that you love doing the work, one or the other. But don't ever go do a job where you hate the employer and you hate the work, because you gotta love one thing or the other. Because if you don't love one thing or the other, you're just gonna be miserable in life. Either love the people you work for or love the job that you do. One of the two. If the big tramp fits, throw it on the chart just ahead of the price movement in the empty grid space. I thought about doing that Um, but it doesn't. I'd have to shrink it down so much that you can't even see me at all in there. I've tried. I tried. Trust me, I tried putting the big tramp everywhere on the page to see where it would most be beneficial, but unfortunately, it's. I mean, you guys are getting a pretty good order book level too there. Um, I think you're getting a pretty good look at it. Doghead says I would buy the company that I work for. Rem Taco, good to see you this morning. Beach Guy says I'm donating to the Beach Guy Flip Flop Foundation, a charitable organization to help more people enjoy the beach. You know, you guys, if you have charitable locations that you want to shout out on here, I have no problem with that. Um, I'm completely okay with you guys shouting out your who you like to, charitable, whoever you do charitable contributions to, go for it. List them off. I'm okay with it. David Rodriguez says just be a prostitute like me and work for yourself. Oh, David. I don't think my wife would like that. And I don't think I would be. I don't think I don't think I'd be as profitable as you. Stockwish says I want to live in America, owning my own business after MOASS. That's my dream. You can make it happen, man. With or without MOASS, you can probably make it happen. I know it. I know it probably sound. I'm sure it's way more difficult than I'm making it sound. But if you have a desire to do something, do it. I'm telling you, there's the reason we dream for bigger things is because it gives us motivation to have hope in doing something. So why not just do it? Just do it. Make it happen. You don't, that's the great thing about America. Land of opportunity. Just make it happen. Rem Taco, I see you, sir. Stockwiz, I feel that one in the feelers. Me too. Yeah, I hear you. I know you need a green card, but don't let excuses be the reason why your dream isn't being met. Make it be something else. Make something else be the result from you living out your dream. Let something else be the reason why. Not you. Don't let you be the reason why. Don't say I need a green card. You know what I'm saying? Like, did you apply for one? Have you tried? What are you doing to actively pursue that? But don't let the dream die. Sammy Boy says, Casey, I owe your wife a beer. I suppose I can I owe you one too with Moas. Just the wife. You can pay her with a beer, and when you see her, she's gonna be so toasty. Hey, Thorbladed, when you're feeling burnt out, man, take a break. I'm gonna tell you, every single one of you guys, if you're feeling burnt out, take a break. Walk away, set some price limit alarms that'll go off on your phone. Most brokers do it. You can usually get free ones through websites like Yahoo or whatever. But yeah, I mean it's real easy to do, and then just walk away and take a break, man. You don't have to constantly sit here and watch it. It's gonna be here. It's going to be doing its thing, and when something happens, I'm pretty sure you're going to hear about it. Oh man, Mysterious Motorsports, that's pretty cool. Stock Wiz, playing the lottery does not count. Waiting for MOASS does not count towards you actively pursuing your goal. Almost said glow. Michael Rooney says a wise man once told me, if you don't chase your dreams, you'll never catch them. I love that saying and still live by it every day. Keep trying, Stock Wiz. Don't let one time be the end of your attempts. Gus says he's got a green card for you. I love you, Gus. No homo. I appreciate that. I'm willing to help out there. That sounds kind of, I'm sure you meant that in a much better way, Stock Wiz, but it sounds kind of weird when you say it like that. I just need a seducer. I don't know. I'm sure there's a language barrier thing there. Thick says the company I film and edit for, I'm definitely investing into them. They saw more in me than I saw in myself. Turned me into a way better videographer. Uh, I think that's awesome, man. It's every single one of those stories that I want to hear. Arthur Martin, don't have a good day. Don't have a good weekend. Have a great one. Take care, friend. Get plenty of rest. Get some good eats, good drinks in you. Spend time with that family. Enjoy your time off. I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that, David Rodriguez. The American Trader says, Grandpa always said, if you ain't got it today, what makes you think you'll have it tomorrow about credit cards? Michael Stanley says, Manipulation Fridays, yay! He didn't say the yay part, but I know how you feel. So Thor-bladed, I would say, and I said this earlier in the week. So let me pull up Suck Squeeze Bang Blow here real quick, just so you can see, because I actually haven't updated since the 13th and the 14th data. So since I've got it open, I might as well do it while we're sitting here together. But the rules for the bang is that price, you should see a sudden spike in volume and price, and price should stay relatively the same. The big spike was really on 627, so I kind of count 1413 as being like the relative price. So when I say price should stay relatively the same, you saw price drop down to 1257 and then had a sudden spike back up to that relative price range. Now you have the opposite going on where price is starting to rise. We're over a buck and what 50 cents, a buck 50 cents over the relative starting price of this of the bang. Expect some downwards momentum. We're probably going to see a spike in volume and some downwards momentum. But I would just call this kind of like a consolidation period where price remains relatively the same, but volume drops. So let me enter in the data here for the last 2 days. We got 1506. Is that right? No, 1514. And then 1506. And volume here was 36,666,700. And this one was 35,241,700. So we've been getting some hits and misses during the bang here, and I would expect that to be the case. In fact, I would expect it to be mostly misses, as volume is usually supposed to be falling throughout this. But we're getting kind of some random spikes in volume because price either goes too low or too high from the relative entry point of the spiking of price at 1413. But the last 2 days we've had both price and volume day over day decreases. So yesterday was down by 0.53%, and the volume was down day over day by 4%. The day before that, the volume was down by 30% and 2.95% down. So I really kind of, in terms of what price I kind of went for or shot towards in my price prediction for the day to day, which I actually kind of think we're going to close really close to where we're at right this second. Around 1490, but I shot for the opening price, which is around 1527, and did a plus or minus $1.50 on that, or whatever it was when I made my decision. I think it was like, hold on a second, I can tell you. Yeah, 1532 is what I base it off of. So we're getting a little bit of a different movement today than we had the last two previous days, which were much more similar. But we got about 2 more minutes here, and we'll take a look at what's going on with our numbers, and then I'll see if I can't figure out where we're headed to. Ayo is got a that was a pretty funny statement there. I'm not gonna read it. Ape named Roscoe says, I feel like there's a lot of people taking breaks right now. I see it on social media as well. I'm gonna, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is, Ape named Roscoe, but I'm definitely seeing a difference as well on Twitter. Um, I've had kind of an influx of people who have been following me, and it's kind of been changing my feed a little bit to where it's more political than it is AMC related. Which is kind of making me wonder what the heck's going on here. But I mean, it almost makes it feel like people are taking a break. But now I'm starting to wonder if I'm not just kind of getting more of a crowd that is also into just kind of politics. Um, so I don't know. Consumer data report just released. Huh? What's I mean, CPI was released on the 13th. What are you seeing? Sam, what's the ticker I mean, I'll pull it up. If there's specific information you want me to look at, I can. But I'm more about pulling information if you need information. But if you just want to note that there's something that looks like something else, uh, I don't know. But I mean, tell me what the ticker is. I mean, I could look it up myself, but I don't feel like it. CHPT. All right. I mean, I'll just pull it up just to look at it, but I'm not gonna comment on it. I that's the daily. That's not right. That's CH. Hold on a second. There we go. I don't know why I did that. Remember, guys, my advice. You know, a very good thing to do whenever you're getting into a play is to always check out who you're getting involved with. So in this particular instance, with with this particular security, come on, pull up. 46%, 46.8% institutionally owned. But I will say, I will also add in here very briefly that 10.47 million shares are traded on a 3-month average volume. And if you take that number and you multiply it, or what am I saying? If you divide that by the total free float, come on, which is 237.45, and then multiply by 100, and that gives you your total daily amount of volume that's traded of the free float, and it's 4.4%. Anything over 6 is really, really high. Anything between 3 and 6 is manageable but high. Anything under 3% is normal. So just throwing that out there. It's almost like, in regards to politics, guys, it's almost like you can feel on Twitter that it's starting to heat up. November's coming up here, and you can feel it. You can feel the tension starting to rise with people who are trying to push their political agendas on each other. That's the whole reason I left Facebook. I left Facebook because I just could not stand how everybody was trying to push their agendas on everybody else. And I was like, you know what? I'm out. And I left Facebook for Reddit. And I never went back. Still disabled to this day. I won't go back to Facebook. Um, there's still political agendas being pushed on Reddit as well, but at least you can choose what you're going to look at and what you're not going to look at, and comment as a as an unknown person. Of course, now I've got my Reddit profile name up here, and I haven't changed it, guys. It's my well, I don't want to say it's my original Reddit. It's the only one I use because I can't remember my password to the other one. So, but that's my Reddit name there, and so I am who I am, and either I don't post on politics very often, but um, and ever since I've listed this for everybody to see, I keep everything AMC related. So um, LA says I got an email from Shaken Analytics saying July 19th, 2022 stocks could crash the market at 4:05 Eastern Time. A company make announcement that can make the market go way down. Not sure if this is true. That's kind of weird. July 19th, huh? Yeah, I hear you, Sam. I just don't. I try not to take away from what I'm not trying to distract anybody here, so um, I tend to not want to make comments on other tickers. Meta, yes. Whatever, Thorbladed. I'm sorry, it's meta now. I'm just gonna call it what I know it as. It's Facebook to me. Meta. Just because you changed the name doesn't mean I have to call it that. I can call it whatever I want to call it. You know what I meant. That's kind of what I wanted Facebook to be all about, the American Trader, but it became more than that, right? There were family members that, wanted to push agendas on you, and it just got so like, there's nothing worse than having family members fight you over politics. It's kind of one of those things where it's just like it gets exhausting. And it's like, I don't want to fight you anymore. I don't have a beef with you. You can vote the way that you want to vote, and I'm going to vote the way that I'm going to vote, and let's just be family. You know what I mean? Like we're going to let the majority rule here, one way or the other, and let's just choose to coexist. Actually, I don't want to cut their terms in third. What I think would be a better idea is to limit how many terms they can have. Maybe like 3 terms, maybe 4 tops. Because I actually kind of think that they need to have the long terms that they have. Um, I mean, because you gotta have your foot in the door for a while before you can really start getting to doing some good work, right? And I'll give you an example. I used to work 12-hour shifts. Then I got moved to days at one point, and I was working 9-hour shifts. Well, 8 plus an hour of lunch. So I was working 9-hour shifts, and that additional hours, the 3 additional hours that I lost, or 4, however you want to look at it, and production that I did in a single day, I felt like I wasn't getting as much done. Engineers come in the morning, they go to their morning meetings, they go and have breakfast down in the cafeteria. They do that for an hour, then they come back and they do like a good 2, 3 hours of work, or probably 2. Then they go off to lunch again. Then they come back and they mull around for a while, hit it up like an afternoon meeting. So in actuality, after all the meetings are said and done, they only end up putting in like a good 3 or 4 hours a day at best at work, out of a 9-hour day. And it's you can't get crap done. And that's why engineers are always rushing to push their changes in on Friday, and then everybody has to deal with a weekend of crap, crap work. And so, that's kind of how I look at it as a senator, right? With their terms, with length of time, they come look at it instead of even, just look at it, break it down into years. They spend the first year just getting their foot in the door and getting to know everybody. Maybe they spend the next year, perhaps actually starting to get things accomplished that they wanted. By the time their term's over, they basically just got there and barely got started. and so they need another term um, to really kind of get the ball rolling. Manjit said, "I stopped using Facebook and unfriended everyone. Not I only use it for marketplace to sell or declutter or to buy if I need anything." I mean, that's yeah. It's toxic. It's very, very toxic. Pebbles, I'm not responding to those kind of questions any longer. I've been really, really clear about where I stand on this stuff, and I'm just not going to talk about it. If there's specific questions that you want to ask me, go for it. I'd be more than happy to answer some questions for you. But Google's your friend, Pebbles. You can go figure out the information for yourself really quickly instead of asking me. You can settle it for yourself really fast. Just go to Google and type it in real quick and just see what Google has to say. See what the SEC has to say about it. And then answer the question for yourself. If you can't figure out simple questions like that with a quick Google search, what do you really know? It's kind of shocking, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. It's 9:13 and it's time to take a look at the numbers because it's well past. But let me go grab my dog real quick because he's knocking at the door. Believe it or not, he's over there trying to get in the door. So I will be right back. Give me 2 seconds to let the dog in, and I'll be right back. It's even better than that, BioLife Hemp. Just go in and type into Google, is computer shared a broker? Just type that in and see what you get. It's even better than that. You just got to go see for yourself. Thanks, dude, man. I appreciate that. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just gonna be me, and it is what it is. I can't fix or help everybody. I just can't. And this is why I don't advertise this. This is why I don't advertise this YouTube channel, guys. It's either meant to be or it's not meant to be. One or the other. People are gonna find it or they're not gonna find it. I'm just gonna let fate run its course. But I'll tell you what, Pebbles. I'm gonna tell you my favorite thing that's ever been said to me by one of my moderators. If somebody doesn't like what it is that you're saying, just tell them to ask for the super chat back, or tell them that you'll fund them back their super chat. That's what they said. So I'll tell you what, Pebbles, if you don't like the information you're getting here, you just let me know, and I'll refund you your super chat money. It's the best. I love that. It's so great. It's so true. Let me get back your money real quick here. Then it was funny. One of my other moderators said, Casey, news flash, you have no super chat funds left. That made me laugh even more. I was like, yeah, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Let's see here. I'm logging into Fidelity with my two-factor authentication. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to look into getting it. It could help and save you in the future. You never know what's going to happen. At least try it out. Try it out, see how it works for you, and if you don't like it, get rid of it. But you never know what's going to happen in the future, and you may want to make sure that you're the only person who's qualified to log into your account. Taking a look at the numbers here, guys. I've taken you to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point forward. Let's see here. Let's take a look at everything. We're going to go through all the numbers, but I'm going to move a couple screens over here real quick while you're staring at all these numbers on this page. Sometimes I wonder if you guys ever get bored of me saying that. Give me just a second. I got a couple extra pages because it's got this one extra failure to deliver page that I haven't been using that I'm using now, which is, I kind of like this page. It's kind of cool. If you guys want to know what this failure to deliver page is, I'll be more than happy to share it with you guys. But wait until I come back to ask me for the link for it. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting in the top left-hand corner, we have a four-way tie in price prediction tallies for the week this week. Monty's got 4, I've got 4, everybody's got 4. Everybody's got 4. So whoever has the closest price prediction by the end of the day is going to be the winner. Yeah. So I don't have one of my guys didn't show for price prediction for this morning, Eric. So I'm gonna have to leave him at what he had for his price prediction for yesterday. But I've got 1382 to 1682. Eric's got 1212, or sorry, 1220 to 1520. Keto's got 1413 to 1713, and Monty has 1352 to 1652. Whoever has the average price that's closest to the closing price will be the winner. There's a really close race between Keto, Monty, and myself. We're real neck and neck here on these numbers. So it'll be an interesting day for sure to see where we come in at. Taking a look at short exempt volume, day over day was still in the 400,000 share range at 418.8 thousand shares. Utilization at 100%. We're on day number 109. 109 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase was a decrease of 0.53%. So not a whole lot of change in price movement yesterday. Taking a look at Max Payne, which is directly below me, that's $15. It remained $15 for most of the week this week. And let's take a look at that off exchange. I would suggest normally the off exchange would be around 44%. I am doing the numbers a little bit late here, so maybe 46%. And the EDGX is at about 10 to 11%. Let's see what numbers we got. 51.49 in the off exchange, and the EDGX is super high at 15.87. So it looks like they're putting a lot of price discovery into the ETFs options. The total number between adding up those two numbers together, it comes out to 67.36% of our total volume, which is actually lower than what we've been seeing for the last week or so. Taking a look at institutional ownership, I do expect to see some of the 13Fs start rolling in and seeing some changes on these. Institutional share ownership earlier this morning was 190.163 million. The value is still 190.163 million. Taking a look at the Ortex data, Borrowed amount of shares is showing a borrowing of 1.22 million shares, which is going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float, percentage of the free float, which is at 18.03%. Cost to borrow is at 15.16 for the max. The average is 10.95 and the min is 9.56. Shares on loan decreased by exactly 4 million shares from 134.61 to 130.61. We'll take a closer look at these numbers here in just a minute, right after we look at the options. On the call options, we got a little bit of a different price here in volume for 15 bucks. A lot of call options. It's a real close. It's neck and neck. So this entire week we've been running around $16, I think mostly, for the call options. But it's now $15 today for the call options, and there's currently 6.9 thousand contracts, which is not quite double, but almost double what I expect to see in volume. As far as the puts go, it's at 1450, and yesterday was 15. At 1450, we're looking at 3.7 thousand contracts. So almost a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and the market's currently signaling for a closing price today somewhere between $14.50 and $15. Currently. Taking a look at that Ortex data more closely, here's our utilization for 109 straight trading days. Let's zoom in a little bit here. On loan amount, decreasing day over day. We went from 134.61 to 130.61. The on loan average age per day did drop with that, and it dropped from 58.31 to 55.88. So, yeah, that means that older positions were closed when that number drops. So the question is how much of it was short interest and how much of it was old loans? And the answer to that, which I figured out earlier this morning, was about 1.5 million of the 4 million shares was short interest. So about a third of it. About. Taking a look at the Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float, that did decrease from 18.24 to 17.95 day over day. And here's that security lending volume starting to spike up again. This is the failure to deliver page that's been asked of me to start showing for the T plus 35 date settlement dates. This is the highlighted one right now is the date for today. There's only 412,000 shares that are due in settlement. The last two run-ups that we've had over 10% increases, they started their purchasing of the shares the day before they were due, and we have 1.1 million shares that are due on Monday. So today could be a potential possible purchase date, unless they think that if they think they're going to get shares here, or they know that they're going to be able to find shares, then they may not necessarily purchase. But we'll see what happens. There's definitely a spike here for Monday. Orders by Fidelity customers, top movers is GME with 82% buys to 18% sales in 11th position. AMC in 19th position with 66% buys to 34% sales. So AMC doing much, much better. It looks like people are buying the dip. SSR trigger price for the day today is $13.55. Shares borrowed from earlier this morning. Looks like they borrowed an additional 50,000 there, and then another 100,000. So 150 on top of what they borrowed so far. I'm just going to count that, the 150. So we're looking at a total of 1.75 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That is much higher than usual. Lately, we've been only seeing somewhere around around 1 million shares borrowed a day. This is almost twice that in borrowing for the day-to-day. Fees are at 8.6%. They dropped a little bit overnight from 8.9 to 8.6. Currently, we have 549.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 144.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 79.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is up 1.17, the Dow Jones is up 1.79, and the S&P 500 is up 1.48. We currently have an advancing market over declining, with 4,175 advancers to 2,486 decliners. Taking a look at the VIX is down 5.61%, IWB, and at 24.92, mind you. I just want to look at this real quickly here. I normally have this set on the weekly. Do I? Yeah, I'd have it set. I normally have it set on the weekly. It's definitely dropping below this target range here, but hasn't quite broken it just yet. I mean, the actual value has broken it, but the candle wick is still in there. So we'll have to see what happens. This may be a reversal and break the trend. We've seen this a couple times before where they drop it, but then it spikes right back up again. So we'll have to see how far down this comes. IWB is up 1.52, IWD is up 1.54, IWM is up 1.07, Tesla is up 0.54, Amazon's up 2.38, Cinemark is up 1.84, Doge is up 1.75, Bitcoin is up 1.89, GME is up 1.45, HYMC is up 0.32, Hood is down 0.12, NCMI is up 0.57, and AMC is down 0.1. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $1 million more in inflow than outflow. And we've traded 8.7 million shares for the day-to-day so far. Let's see what kind of pace that is after 58 minutes of trading. We're currently on a pace for 58.5 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I suggested in pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 25 and 45 million. Taking a look at the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.57, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.56, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure slightly, with RSI at 44.24, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.17, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.77, which is just about average. Price looks like it did bounce off of my Fibonacci at 1472-ish. Tested it a second time, and this kind of looks like a double bottom here, perhaps. Price is rising back up. Does look like it may have hit the 2 sigma Bollinger Band, not my 3 sigma, but the 2 sigma probably. I can change it real quick here and see. And so it's moving back towards that simple moving average. Yep, touch the top there. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On the hourly, we're inside the cloud. The conversion line has dropped below the baseline, and the lagging line has dropped below the price line. This is pretty much a sell indicator on the hourly. However, on the 4-hour, we still have a conversion line that's higher than the base, but the base is starting to rise up to meet the conversion, and the lagging line is just about ready to touch the price line. Most of the indicators are showing a downwards momentum pressure ahead, even with the green cloud widening as well. price does like to move down through a green cloud, especially at the thinner points. And with that, I can see what you guys are rating again. I'm going to leave this poll up for a little while. 206 votes. I think that's actually, I'm going to end it. I'm going to end the poll here. Will you use your MOASS money to help your current employer? I'm just going to go with a quarter of you are. And I think that's amazing. That number is probably a good 15% higher than what I would have anticipated. I figured maybe tops 10% of you. And I think that's amazing. That tells me that there's a good portion of you who are watching who are doing likely jobs that are rewarding. Not just because you like the job, but more because the employer, the people who you're working for, are good people. That's encouraging to me. It tells me that there's still good people out there, and I like that. Big business hasn't fully taken over. Alrighty, let's see here. Let's see. Lupe says, whatever happened to Mediocre Trader? I talked to him, I want to say not too long ago. I talked to him not too long ago. He called, actually it was my birthday. He called me up on my birthday to say happy birthday. That's when it was. I was trying to remember when it was. That was what, 2 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago he called me up to wish me a happy birthday, and it was really nice of him to do. He didn't have to do that, and he's thinking about, I don't know. I shouldn't say. I shouldn't say. I don't know. He's around. He's around. He's watching. He likes doing his Discord. So if you're part of his Discord, Lupe, you can find it. You can find him there. If you want a link to his Discord, I can get it to you probably. I need to probably check with him first, but I probably can get it to you. Steven, I like your I like what you said there. You want to play options, buy at max pain, and you'll be right 98% of the time. The problem is the amount of money that you'll make is probably nothing, next to nothing. Sounds like something just hit my house. Hmm. Prometheus says, Casey, you question, would I use my MOASS money to help my current employer? Is it a trick question? It's not. If you are your own current employer, I said don't vote. But I think it's funny that you said I fire myself every day and I quit every other day. It's kind of a trick question for you. I understand. Yeah, so Alex, you're right. The poll really does largely depend on who you work for. Um, BioLife says no, it's because we own our own business. Yeah, I mean the poll really could show one of two things. Either or it could be a mixture. 25% of you guys work for yourself, which is probably could be close to really correct, or that I'm trying to think. Um, or you actually do work for some decent human beings. I'd like to believe the decent human beings part, but I think a lot of it could just be that you guys are working for yourself. Trader in the Trees says, "Fire the lasers." So I went and saw Top Gun last night, guys, with the new laser projectors that AMC has. And Miss Tahiti, good morning. Uh, it was crystal clear. I mean, it's just really clear. I don't know what to tell you otherwise, though. Miss Tahiti says, "I work at a club and I love everyone there. And yes, I'll be putting some money into our club. You know, that's awesome. I think it's great that you work for people that you care about, and I feel like maybe that means that they care about you too." Alex said the shorts are outside. It sounded like a rock just hit that's what it sounded like, Brian. It sounded like a rock hit the house. It was a big enough thud to make my dog jump. Casey, do you see a global event triggering a SPY fall? That's always a possibility. You never know what's gonna cause trigger an event like that, like a market sell-off. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Steve. Steve says if price is 14.98 by the way, guys. Some people who aren't watching the video or wanted me to just shout it out. And I try to remember, but I don't always remember. If you work for a corporation versus a private entrepreneur, it will make a difference. And I totally agree with that, Steve. That's a good point. Who said that? Rem Taco. That's a good point. A lot of the people watching on here probably are either self-employed or in a type of job to where they actually have the ability to listen, which probably means you got cool employers. So the numbers could be very, very skewed. Thick says it was your son throwing rocks. Now he's about to play with Dalton. Everybody's sleeping in this house, man. It's 9:30 in the 9:39 in the morning, and it's either summer vacation or day off of work for everybody. So nobody's up, not in this house. I probably won't start seeing bodies until 12. You know, Caitlin, I'm gonna have if hmm, I prefer you to not post that. It's kind of you know randomly shy. I understand where you're going with that. I know you're trying to. I prefer if you just didn't post stuff like that. I'll do it for you. Yeah, I mean that's the only rule I have on here. No random shout outs of stocks. And that includes like, throwing out your positions. It's a big no-no. It's the only no-no I got here. Juanito says, "Hey Casey, been an ape for a long time. How strong is your conviction on MOASS? It's hard to stay strong watching all this manipulation and feels discouraging. Need words of encouragement for people struggling." All I'm going to tell you, Juanito, is that, and this is my opinion, but I feel like I'm holding the royal flush at a poker table. I've got a company over here who I'm invested in who is making an amazing turnaround. I think that Adam Aaron's doing a lot of things to really help make the company profitable, and I cannot wait to see what Q2 earnings look like. I have a feeling we may go positive EPS. That's earnings per share. And I really want to see some of these numbers come out. Now I know we're still in debt, but here's the thing: we have like $5.5 billion in debt, right? Our market cap is $7.72 billion, just the market cap alone. Meaning, like if they were to pay off, if somebody were to come in and say we're going to offer to pay every single investor the price per share that are in existence, it's worth 7.71, not including the infrastructure and the movie theater chain alone. So to have $5.5 billion in debt, it's nothing. But they're working to reduce that. I see so many good things for AMC. I see a lot of support. I know people want to still go out and see movies. I think there's a lot. We're holding a royal flush here, man. We're holding a royal flush, and the only reason that we're staying down like this is because the hedge funds just don't want to let go because they're in a life or death situation. They made a bet that they can't keep, and that's what this is coming down to. You know, we're playing chicken with somebody who's got everything to lose, and all we have is just our shares. And we're saying no, we think this is worth it. I think we're doing good. I know it's been a long time, but I think we're doing good. Sam says Top Gun surpasses Titanic in domestic gross earnings. Absolutely. And I mean, we've got some more good movies coming out still. I don't know about you guys, but in the reviews, or not in the reviews, but in the previews last night, Avatar 2 is coming out. And man, I don't know if it was the laser projectors that were doing it, but it looks stunning. It looks absolutely stunning. I can't wait. I loved the first Avatar. I cannot wait for the next one. Yeah, is that one? Is Donkey Kong? Is that the one where Matt Kors was quoted? I heard about it briefly. Yeah, LMNOP is the only other stock allowed to be talked about. Abby just lost all her LMNOP. That sucks. Do you have an opinion on the Wyckoff sniper tool on TradingView? Any recommendations on indicators to help understand why AMC is moving? Just started my subscription. Mm, I just started my subscription not too long ago too, and hmm, let me get back to you on that one, Jacob. There's actually, because I haven't spent a whole lot of time researching it, there's actually, uh, my friend Adam Parker can come on here he goes by AP. He can come on here and he can show you some great indicators for TradingView specifically. So I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'll tell you what, I'll send him a text right now, and hopefully I'm not waking him. He just had twins recently, and I'll ask for you. All right, I sent a message out to him, so maybe we'll see him on here in just a little bit. I mean, it's a great question, but I don't use it a whole lot, to be honest with you, Jacob. I really need to sit down and start using TradingView more. I just don't. I'm not like I'm not sold on it. I mean, I've used it. I've described the difference between Webull and TradingView as like being like the difference between having Apple and Android. And TradingView's like Android and Apple's like Webull, where it's nice and pretty and simple and explanatory, but not a whole lot of options. You can't customize on Webull. Whereas TradingView, the sky is the limit. So the problem is that if you don't spend some time working with it, you're not familiar with it, and I don't spend time working with it, so I'm not familiar. There is one that I use. I mean, I guess I'll just throw this one out. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up and find it. I will give you the one of my more favorite ones that I like to look at. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's pre-market volume profile. Oh, and then the other part to what it is, yeah, it's pre-market volume profile is what it's called. That's one of the ones that I really enjoy looking at, and of course because I really highly believe that pre-market volume kind of dictates what volume is going to look like for the day, and you can kind of get a good idea what the daily volume is going to look like. But more importantly, I think you asked the question is about the Wyckoff sniper tool, and I think it's good. I think it's good, but I'm going to tell you this. I don't think that Wyckoff is going to help you for a squeeze play in the end. Some of the movements that are occurring right now, I think it may be helpful for, but um, when it comes to finding good selling points on the way up, I think it's going to give you false flags, major false flags. LA says, do you know if AMC will play the original Avatar movie? They might. Yeah. I think I think that I think that Wyckoff sniper is good in normal situations. I think it's really good. Jay says, Casey, so we can't look at ticker MOASS then? What do you mean by that, Jay? I see the laughing, so you're making a joke, but I'm not sure I. Oh, never mind. It finally sank in, right over the top of my head. Yeah, yeah. We can look at MOASS ticker if you want. Well, that took way too long for me to get. I think I need to go get that second cup of coffee now. Trading? Did I say Trader View? If I said Trader View, I meant Trading View. I don't. If I said Trader View, I apologize. I meant Trading View. Yeah, that's the problem for me, Jacob. You know, the whole channel's name is AMC and ADD, right? Attention deficit disorder. What happens when you throw a bunch of um I'm trying to think what happens when you throw a bunch of data at somebody who's got attention deficit disorder all at once? We don't know where to start. We don't know where to start, and we're like, there's too much to choose from. There's so many options. I need focus, And so that's why Webull helps me. But you know what? Everybody's different, and I'm not trying to sell you on one or the other. In fact, there's plenty of brokerage options for trading platforms that you can look at. I'm not sold on any specific one. I think there's upside and downsides to all of them. Empire Fire, catch you on the backside, sir. I'm assuming you're sir. I actually don't know. Dude, I'll just say dude, because I call women dudes too. Dude. Sam. I'm kind of expecting it to beat Top Gun. I mean, I don't want to bet on it, but I don't want to bet more than a Coke on it. I don't want to bet more than a Coke on it, but I'd be willing to bet a Coke that Avatar 2 is better than Top Gun 2. Have I ever witnessed a short squeeze like VW? Yes. Well, no, not like VW. No. I'm going to go with no. But I did the best that I possibly could to go back in time and live through it moment by moment. For example, if you go back and you look at, a lot of people will have you believe that Volkswagen happened in a very short period of time. Like you could get up and go to the bathroom and come back and miss your selling opportunity. And I'm sitting here to tell you that is not how it went down. If you go back and you actually live minute by minute through as close as you possibly can, because it's really difficult to do now since it's so 2008 is a long time ago. If you go back and you actually look at it and you see how it ran out, it took like 6 days, 6 days for it to really hit that backside. So it's not going to be quick. Most people like to show this picture right here. If you go to Google and you just type in VW squeeze, right? And then this is the picture that everybody ends up seeing is this one right here. This is primarily the one that you'll see all over the place is this picture, right? And then people see this right here. It always takes you to Warrior Trading. You see this right here and you go like, oh my gosh, it happened so fast. Like look at that spike up and then the spike back down. Look at the time frame that's in here, guys. 2008 to 2010. This spike up, it wasn't fast. It wasn't fast at all, guys. It was 6 days. 6 days. It was a long time. Go back, research this stuff. Jacob just bought himself a nice fancy subscription into TradingView, which is going to allow him to go back on a shorter time frame and take a look at that. He'll have that access now, and I would just tell you guys, however you can go back and look at that and see what really happened, because you'd be surprised. You'd be really, really, really surprised at what happens in a squeeze and how similar they tend to look. Curtis, the when will these knuckleheads stop with the options traps? They'll stop when the cow stops giving milk. That's when. Myself, when I was saying that about the bet on Coke, uh, instinctively through the back of my head, I instantly was thinking myself is going to say, how many lines? That's exactly the thought that I was thinking that you would say is how many lines. But instead, you came back and said, how much Coke do you want to bet on it? I was close. I was really close. I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, and we're all dudes. Hey. I'm just a dude playing a dude. Look, there's AP Jacob. There he is. He showed up. Uh, Like I can't even say that. Like we're RSI TV indicator. There it is. The man is here. The man of the hour. Buzz and Buzzman says, "Awesome! I just noticed you're in the wagon. Love it." You know, my wife keeps telling me that um, she said she says, I think you should show your face. I think people really want to see your face." And I said, "But I don't want to show my face." I said, "I like being in the van. I can't. They can't see the small little minor features of my face." And I'm like, I'm good with that. So I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Appreciate that. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. So I'll keep riding in it till it wears off. Jacob says, "Wow, didn't think about going back. Thanks for that. You're welcome, man." I mean, I'll tell you what, Jacob. The whole thing that got me down this whole researching short squeezes and understanding how they work and why they work the way that they do really kind of started for me back in March of last year. And the reason for it was is I kept asking people because the mantra way back in March of last year was you hold to the backside, right? Everybody in Wall Street Bets was always saying you need to hold to the backside, sell on the backside of the squeeze. So then, of course, my question was is well, how do you know when you're getting to the backside? How do you know? It didn't make sense to me. I was like, it does not compute. And so nobody could answer the question for me. Nobody. I could never get a single person to answer the question to me. So I took it upon myself to go back and start researching what happened during different squeezes. And I started finding patterns, things that consistently repeat over and over and over. You'll go back and you'll find them if you search hard enough. But start looking at volume. I'll start you there. Volume is key. Major. It's one of the most key pivotal points to an entire squeeze play is volume. And there's a reason for that, but you got to know why. And you start going down this path, these rabbit holes, and start understanding why volume is so necessary and why volume happens. What day of the week would there most likely be a squeeze? I've heard Wednesdays before, Garnet. I'm saying your name wrong. I'm sure of it. I apologize. Garnet? I want to get this right. I'm just gonna say Garnet. What day of the week would you? I've heard Wednesdays are days that are more likely. I have never done the research on that, Garnet, but because I don't care about days of the week. To me, that's not really I don't because to me that's like setting a day and saying like, okay, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen on this day and only this day. And then I don't think that helps you to prepare for it to happen at any time, right? You should always be ready for it to happen, regardless of what day it's most likely to happen. See, that's exactly my point, Brian. No, pinching a loaf would not make you miss the squeeze. And that's kind of the mantra that's been pushed for a long time. In fact, that's even what hedge funds want us to believe. They want us to believe that you're going to miss out on something and that's going to happen quickly. Why do they want you to think that? They want you to think that so that you sell quickly. It's fear. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Those are what cause you to do what it is that you do. They bank on it. They absolutely bank on it. This is why buy and hold works, because it removes fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's the only reason why it works. We're not doing what it is we're supposed to do. Today, Curtis, I'll read off all the predictions for you. I didn't get Eric's in today. I don't know if I didn't want to bother him, but Eric So he's gonna have to stick with his price prediction from yesterday. But 1382 for me. I have 1382 to 1682. Eric's got 12.2 to 15.2. Keto has 14.13 to 17.13. And Monty's got 13.52 to 16.52. Let me just make sure Eric didn't write me a message and I just ignored it. Yeah, no, he didn't. Okay. I just want to make sure. I didn't want to bother him. Ray says, I'm a dudette, Casey. Don't, Ray, don't be offended if I ever call you dude. Myself says, we don't want to see your face. Lose Boobs says, I like the van. Lose Boobs. Welcome to the channel, Lose Boobs. Keep talking. What's the price? Sorry about that. It's $14.97. Not a whole lot of change since the last time I announced it. And it is 10:02, so it's time to take a look at the numbers. Sam says the tech for 3D without glasses can only be done with laser projectors, so many theaters will be out unless they upgrade. Adam Aaron just purchased them. Yes, he did. And they're installed at my AMC. James is saying those $15 turds that didn't exercise during the week are going to get burned. I agree. Abby, I like what you said, except for the very last part. People should have their number picked, and that should be should be honest to that number. And what I would say is that I think there's a better way. I think you can actually watch indicators, and trade off of indicators. So, because I mean, the only way that we're going to get to extremely high numbers, Abby, is by holding longer. Since we hold the winning hand, the longer we hold, the higher the price is going to go. So when you tell people to set up numbers that they should hold on to until, then that's basically saying, like, your number is better than everybody else's number. And so, that to be what can cause, because if you get a large enough people who think that it's only going to be XX number, then you're going to get a large portion of people who sell at XX number. You know what I'm saying? So, like, in all honesty, what it comes down to, the higher we'll go is the longer people hold for. So if we trade off of indicators like whether or not people are truly selling or not, then, due to volume, you'll be seeing that in things like volume. Those are the kind of indicators that you want to be looking for. So I think indicators are a little bit better, but we can disagree. It's okay. I'm not bashing what it is you're saying. I'm just saying that I think that there's a better way, and it's okay to disagree and be friends still. I promise. But let's take a look at our numbers. Oops, I dropped my pen. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing here. AP says, I texted you a screenshot of some of my favorited indicators. Thank you so much, AP. I'm going to share that if you don't mind. I'll make sure that there's nothing in there not shareable. And then share as soon as I'm done looking at the numbers. Okay, I'm not going to be able to read what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts. Jacob, if you're still here, hold that thought for just a few minutes, and then I'll share AP's text in just a minute, right after I read these off. Yeah, it's no problem. Abby, I did read what you said before I left the page. it's not a problem. It's just that my point that I'm trying to make is that just as an example, $100 to somebody who's holding 100,000 shares is great. $100 to somebody who's holding 50 shares isn't that great. So by having numbers set up for each individual person, it changes the outcome for everybody because most everybody wants life-changing money here. And so if you limit, if as a group we limit ourselves to our quote unquote values, then basically we're saying, I'm going to get mine before you get yours. Or you could potentially be saying that, I'll get mine before you get yours. So by trading off of indicators, it helps us to hold longer, which in turn lets the price get higher. And the higher the price gets, the more people that we have with lower amounts of shares who have an opportunity to have life-changing money. So, but I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I'm just saying that there's a way. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. It is your money. It's your choice. You've got to do what's right for you, ultimately. But I am saying that I think that there's a way to find the backside. And it's listed in the description box of this channel. The links to the video. It's like 36 minutes of your life that you have to waste listening to me explain how to know where the backside of the squeeze is. But taking a look at these indicators that we have for the day today, since I've switched you guys over to the other screen, I think. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at what's going on here. Price is 1502 by the way right now. Right at max pain. Fancy that. Alrighty, taking a look at the off exchange. It's currently at 51, or was at 51.49 and 15.87. Let's give that a refresh. I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and 11 to 12% in the EDGX, but those numbers are elevated. And so we have 53.87 through the off exchange and 14.7 through the EDGX. That EDGX is getting higher and higher and higher, which is kind of interesting to see have happen. But currently the total between those two is 68.57%, which is actually less volume than we've seen recently going through the off exchange. It's less than the 70 we've been having. Taking a look at the Ortex data, an hour ago there was a total of 1.22 million shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 365,000 shares, exactly the amount of days in the year. Cost to borrow max is at 15.16, cost to borrow average at 10.95, and minute 9.25. Percentage free float on the loan, or sorry, what am I saying? Back up, reverse just a little bit. With the amount borrowed having dropped from 1.22 to 365,000 shares, it's going to decrease the short share or estimated short share interest of the free float to 17.98%. Shares on loan is 130.61 million shares, which is 4 million shares less than what it was day over day. And 1.5 million of that was in short interest. So roughly around 1/3 of it was short interest. And it was old. And I'm not discriminating on age. Taking a look, I'm sorry, I make myself laugh. Taking a look at strike prices for calls, our highest amount of volume has gone from $15 to $16. So the market's looking a little more positively on where we're going to be heading in price. We went from 6.9 thousand contracts an hour ago at 15 to 10.7 at 16. For puts, an hour ago, highest amount of volume was at $14.50. There was 3.7 thousand contracts. That's now 9.3. So the call options have started to slow down, and the puts are starting to gain because we had almost a 2-to-1 ratio. Now it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. But the spread is favoring 15.25 for a closing price by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, GME is coming in 11th most heavily traded stock by orders with 83% buys and 17% sales. And AMC is coming in 17th with 65% buys to 35% sales. So our numbers are starting to pick back up again, percentage-wise. That's good. Trigger price for SSR is $13.55. Shares available to borrow or that have been borrowed in the last hour appears to be none. Only returns. Fees are 8.6%. Currently, we have 524.2 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 67.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 158.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.36, Dow Jones is up 2.03, and the S&P 500 is up 1.69. There's currently 4,503 advancers to 2,193 decliners. The VIX is down 6.44%. IWB is up 1.69. IWD is up 1.71. IWM is up 1.2. Tesla is up 0.6. Amazon is up 3.17. Cinemark is up 1.52. Doge is up 1.33. Bitcoin is up 1.57. GME is up 0.64. HYMC is up 2.16. Hood is down 1.15. NCMI is down 1.48. And AMC is down 0.13. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $3 million more in outflow than inflow, with 10.76 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see here. We've traded for 103 minutes, putting us on a pace for about 40.7 million shares traded for the day today. I suggest in pre-market it would be somewhere between 25 and 45 million shares. So we've already, the top has already come down. We might actually go under 25 million. I might actually have over predicted. I wanted to go 2040, but I don't know. I was working on the adjusted values still, so we'll see what happens. I think there's a chance we maybe get a little more volume in the back half of the day and that it scrapes in just above 25, but we'll see. Taking a look at the weekly. More buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator, and RSI is currently at 44.57, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.79, which is slightly above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.22, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.78, which is about average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last 30 minutes. And RSI at 53.08, which is slightly above average. We are on a nice trend upwards, but it does look like it might be a bit of a wedge. One second while I check this out here. Ascending price with what I would say looks to be mostly declining volume should be a bearish breakout going upward, or going downwards rather, as the price is moving up. Let me just check the trend channel real quick here. Yeah, the trend channel is actually signaling towards the bottom, which could mean a breakout going up. So I have conflicting indicators on which way this is going to break out, so I can't really, I don't know. But it doesn't look like it'd be too much longer from here before we'd see the breakout. Right about there. Yeah, I really don't know which way this is going to go. Usually a rising wedge like this breaks out down, but I'm based off the trend channel. Well, hold on a second. Let me try that again. Let me try from here going forward. Yeah, either way, it's still pointing down. I don't know. It's not very often, especially with a wedge that's I guess it's not rising that much, but I don't know. Anyways, I want to look at what Jacob probably wants to see here, which is the list of favorited indicators on TradingView by AP. So let me send his text to me in my email, and then I'll open it up on here. And I'll tell you what, Jacob, this weekend, if you want to get on, I don't know when exactly AP would have a chance this weekend to get on to discuss with you, but AP and I both, well, I feel like AP does. I feel like he definitely loves to help teach people. If you want to get on Discord and we can work out a time to where we can all meet and AP can maybe, if AP's willing to do this, I know he's poor guy, man. He just had twins and he's got to be tired as hell. But if he has the time and he wants to talk about stocks or he wants to teach it all, um, I don't know. I'm putting him on the spot really here. But if you want, at the very least, I can at least go in there and you and I can at least go in, and other if anybody wants to join in the back of the big tramp this weekend, we can do that and talk things over. Look at some of the indicators that he's listed off, but let me show you the ones that he's got here. And then in the meantime, you can play with them and just kind of check them out, see what they do. Give me 1 second while I open up the picture. Holy moly, it's big. Big picture. How do I shrink the size? Copy image. Okay, I can't do that. Okay, hold on a second. Does that work? Yeah, it worked. There we go. Let's see here. So this will be, I guess you can always just rewind the video. You can always rewind the video and go through and look at these for yourself. He's got Bollinger Bands in here. Let's see. He's got Elliott Waves. Bunch of different moving averages, unbalanced volume. Peg ratio. He's got relative strength index, SSR, short selling, swing highs, the sloppy show. I don't know what that is. I would have thought that he would have had. Man, I really would have thought that he would have had Astros sniper. Does it say Astros name in here? I don't see it. I'm sure he's looked at it before though, because I'm almost positive that him and I have had a conversation about it at least once. So, anyways, that's the list for you there. I'll just scroll through it one more time, so in case you need to go back through the history to see them and which ones they are, you can see them. Okay, Abby. I'm reading what you wrote there. You said, just to clarify, I meant that everyone should be honest to a higher number and not sell on the very first dip. I got you. Jacob said, I'm not going to say that name. Jacob says, somebody brought up a good point yesterday. The first 48 hours T plus 2 will be raw movement. After that point, I think it would be manipulated until some are actually getting liquidated. Um, my guess is that somebody's already being liquidated. If you're seeing true MOASS startings, then somebody should have gotten liquidated. But my guess is that they probably haven't. When you start seeing buy buttons getting taken away, then somebody's really close to getting liquidated. When you start hearing stories about people walking out of buildings with their boxes packed up with their belongings, somebody got liquidated. Oh wait, is the van not back up on the screen yet? Oh, not. It is. There we go. I did call out that bullish double bottom down there, and I saw it. I saw it earlier, and did shout out that it did touch the fib that I've got here at 1472 twice, and it did look like a double bottom. However, you know, this could have been the rise out of it. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, my trend channel is telling me it's going to break out going up north. The problem is I've got rising price and falling volume. But volume is starting to kind of pick up here a little bit, but it's still under, like, most of it's under 60K a minute. So I see this as a rising price with falling volume, which should be a bearish indicator for breaking out going down. And it's an ascending wedge. It's not very often that you see an ascending wedge break out going up, but it can happen. It definitely can happen. Curtis says, yes, please send an alert. What do you mean alert? Oh, AP, please don't feel like you need to do that. I kind of put you on the spot there, and it's not right of me to do because I know, dude, take your rest this weekend, man. Don't even worry about it. I'll take care of it. Curtis, I probably won't YouTube it. I spend 9 hours a day, man, and I know it'd be real easy to just do a live, but I don't want to put people on the spot, and I don't like, I don't want people to feel nervous or ask questions and feel like they're being recorded. So it's kind of one of those things where it's just like I'd rather just be live. And I make myself available quite often, so if people want to ask questions or meet up in the back of the big tramp sometime to work on stuff, just ask. I make myself pretty available. DJ says van should be replaced with a snowball stand. I'm not even sure what that means, man. I feel like that's like a. I'm not sure. I feel like that's a joke, but I don't get it. It's like it's over my head. Uh, is that like a sexual reference? Curtis says, "Do you see any way they could stop MOASS? Can't wait to ride this out with Casey. Want to see him get jacked instead of the calm, normal self." Yes, Curtis, there is. There is a way. We are our own. Because people have asked me this before. We are our own worst enemies. Overthinking this is our worst enemy. We don't really need to do anything other than what we've always committed to do from the get-go, which was buy and hold. That's it. Overthinking this is what gets us into problems. We've already seen it work once. There's no evidence to suggest that it won't work again because we did see it start to work again a second time. Casey, how do you see volume by the minute? Thanks. I'm just hovering over each one of the, if you're using Webull, I'm hovering over each one of these. You can actually add a volume indicator in here if you wanted to. You can go to your indicators and find volume. You can add a volume indicator. So there's two different ways you could do this, but I'm trying to create more space on the page, so I don't put it on there because it's kind of redundant, because it does show it already on the page. But if you wanted to add a volume indicator at the bottom, you could just hover over the minute on each one of these, and you can see the volume listed over here in the left-hand top side here. And each minute would show you how many shares are traded that minute, right? And then if you wanted to do it another way, if you didn't want to have that volume indicator there, you could just do the same thing in your normal chart, and it shows it up top up here. The very last digit is your volume, and it shows you for each minute. So like this last minute was 57,600 shares traded. It's not you being selfish, Curtis. I don't think that's it at all. It's just that it's hard for me to do these lives, man. 9 hours a day, 5 days a week. Ask anybody else if they would be willing to do that. It's not easy. And sometimes I just want to get away from doing the live. You know what I mean? And it's not you being selfish. It's really not. It's just you asking. And that's fine. I'm saying no. It's all good though. I think it's okay for you to ask me to do that. That's cool. I'm all right with it. No, Remtaco, I have no candy. I got free Wi-Fi. I know what snowballs are, DJ. There's plenty of meanings. Ooh, BioLife Hemp coming in with the hot burner. I'm not gonna read it. You're gonna start some guys. If we get hot and heavy in here with politics, come this November, I'm gonna shut it down. I'll create a secondary rule if I have to and say like no politics. Because the last thing I want to see is us at each other's throats. I don't want to go there because I'm already starting to see it on Twitter. Everything's going from AMC to uh, people bashing political opponents. Guys, we have bigger fish to fry. Uh, Keep your politics to yourself. You know, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, but keep your politics to yourself. I'm not pointing anybody out. Um, you vote the way that you want to vote, and be happy with that. That's how it works. That's how you make changes in this country. Is you vote the way that you think things should be ran. So let's stay out. And I'm not saying I don't disagree with. I, I'm Republican. I'm Republican. I'm legitimately saying like let's not focus on that. We've got way bigger fish to fry here. And the last thing we want to do is start singling each other out and trying to make each other feel bad about our political beliefs or the way that we think the country should run. Because I can tell you one thing for sure. We all agree that this market is corrupt as hell, right? It's corrupt as hell, and we all want to see it change. I know we agree on that, at the very least. So let's just stick to that. Let's stick to what it is that we can work on together that we know we want to fix. DJ's coming in with the snowball flavors. I would go with strawberry. Strawberry or maybe strawberry watermelon. Drone says, Casey, been a crazy week. Thoughts on the studio limitation being lifted in August that lets them own theaters? No thoughts yet, but Super Steven put out a pretty good video on that. And he goes by Just Another Ape now, I think. So If you look up Just Another Ape on YouTube, you can go check out his video. I don't really have any thoughts on it yet. I don't know. Yeah, I see that happening myself. Price is $15.12, guys. It's still rising. Casey, the saying is buy the rumor, sell the news. How do you find where the rumors are? Um, hmm. Backroom boards. Actually, if you really want to know the truth to that, when they did and I'm being a little funny here when I say this, Juanito, but when they did the whole investigation in last year after the whole GME run up, they found that hedge not hedge people who were working for hedge funds were doing communications backdoor through shoot, I'm gonna forget the name of it. One of those meetup websites for people. I don't know what it's called. I can't remember. But you just gotta look, man. If you want rumors, watch the news a lot. Reddit's a great place to find rumors. Um, I think those would probably be some of the best avenues that I can think of. I'm sure there's other people that have probably some other um, opinions or thoughts on that. Tahiti wants grape. I like grape. That'd probably be my third choice. Spearmint. I like spearmint. BC says WhatsApp. That could be another one, but be careful. I'm leery of WhatsApp a little bit. Just be careful what you put it on. War Dog wants a bacon snowball, bacon flavored snowball. All right, guys, I gotta go take a break. I'll come back at 11:10 since I'm leaving a little bit late here. Maybe we'll see a breakout going out. I mean, it's definitely tried to test out towards the top here twice. Let me get the Bollinger Bands back in here so we can see. We're trending on the top side of the simple moving average that's shown there in the Bollinger Bands. Um, we'll see what happens here. Volume in the last couple minutes has been super low. 16,000 a minute ago, 52,000 the minute before that, and the minute before that was 15,000. So volume consolidating. Yeah, just be careful what you guys download. I try to keep this computer but other than the games and all the stuff that the kids put on here, I don't have anything on this computer that I use since I've taken over the computer. I took over the computer and then told the kids stay off. And until this is over, it's mine. Nothing else is getting put on here, and nothing's getting used other than what I use. But there are things like OBS and actually I've heard quite a bit about Discord not being that safe. But I don't click on any unknowns. Alrighty, guys. Looks like we're getting the breakout possibly going up here. So I'm gonna head to break so it can continue to rise. See you guys in a bit. Do you like snowballs? We have all the flavors. You can get them here, only at AMC and ADD. Yeah.
Musicvine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit Musicvine.
All right, I'm back. I just went ahead and was like, the food was just kind of mess, so it was just kind of like, throw it in the fridge and have it for later. Let's see here. Steven says the algo is set to hold 15, as it appears. So it looks like it tried to break out multiple times right here, especially in this box. It did try to break out, but no volume. The volume wasn't enough to move it. We had, at the very most, we had 151,000. We had 1 minute where there's 151,000 shares, but everything else was kind of averaging closer to maybe like 63,000 shares, which is that 60,000 mark that they like to hit. And then price started pushing down. They did touch the bottom side of the Bollinger Bands here as they were pushing price down. So the price came back up to the simple moving average or thereabouts. And yeah, let's take a look at our numbers. Alrighty. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider it. It could help save you in the future. Give me 1 second while I log in. And move a couple pages. And we're good to go. Let's start with off exchange. Off exchange currently showing 53.87 an hour ago. I shouldn't say currently hour. Like an hour ago it was 53.87, and then the EDGX is at 14.7. It is now 55.89 and 13.77 for the EDGX, giving us a total of 69. Nice. 0.66% of our total volume going through those off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was 365,000 shares that were having been reported as being borrowed. It's now a return of 417. The cost per hour max is at 15.16%, cost per hour average at 10.88, and cost per hour min is at 8.93. Due to the fact that they've returned shares, that's dropped our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 17.92. And again, for those of you who are just joining for the day-to-day, they returned 4 million shares on loan, 1.5 million of those shares being short interest day over day, roughly. It's an estimate of about 1.5 million, which is about a third of the shares that they returned. And taking a look at the options, at a call strike price of $16 an hour ago, the highest amount of volume that was there was 10.7. That is now 13.6. And on the puts, at a strike price of 14.5, there was 9.3 thousand contracts. There's now 16.6. So we're starting to get more put volume than we do have in call volume. Although actually I don't want to really state that. There's actually more call volume right now, but it's the two highest amount of strike prices with volume, currently showing more volume going into the puts. at that 14.5 strike price. But with the spread that we have between the highest amount of volume in calls and puts, we're kind of maybe looking at like a 15.25 closing price by the end of the day today, as it stands right now. According to Fidelity, in orders, GME is, let me refresh this actually. I don't remember if I refreshed it. GME is coming in 11th with a 84% buy to 16% sell ratio on their orders. And AMC is in 18th with 63% buys to 37% sales. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $13.55. Looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares out of the available and nothing out of the ETFs. We have about, and the fees did drop from 8.6 to 8.1. That's going to put us at 1.8 million shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker for the day today. Currently, we have 524.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 67.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 158.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is up 1.28, Dow Jones is up 1.84, and the S&P 500 is up 1.6. We currently have 4,848 advancers to 1,913 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease today. It's moving good. The VIX is down 7.35, IWB is up 1.58, IWD is up 1.82, IWM up 2.03, Tesla's breaking even, Amazon is 3.27 up, Cinemark is up 2.22, Doge is up 0.3, Bitcoin is up 0.71, GME is up 1.02, HYMC is up 2.18, Hood is up 0.85, and NCMI is down 0.18. AMC is up 0.13. Refreshing for inflow versus outflow, we currently have $4 million more in outflow than inflow roughly, with volume at 14.25 million shares having been traded so far, nearly halfway through the day here. Not quite though. Let's see. $171 minutes having been traded, putting us at an average share pace of 32.5 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 25 and 45 million shares traded. So it's going to get real close to that 25. It's going to be super close. I'm going to need some volume in the back half of the day today to kind of keep me in my prediction. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.67%, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.03, which is about average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.45, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, multiple crossovers within the last hour and a half, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure and RSI of 48.83, which is slightly below average. It's pretty much average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.58, which is just about average. Let's see if I can figure out where we're headed to here. Honestly, we probably hang out between these two Fibonacci lines for most of the day. 1472 to 1546. I tend to think that we're probably going to close like 1490. Let me just check something real quick here. If that's the case, if we were to close at 1490, I'm just kind of looking at price predictions from the guys that predicted. I think Monty will end up being the winner. Yeah. Monty would end up being the winner if that's the case. I should probably figure out what the difference is between mine and Monty's just to see what the spread is. 15 cents. Monty wins at 15.17 and lower. 15.18, I win and higher. Provided it doesn't go like massively higher, because Keto does come in. He's got his price prediction a little bit higher than mine. So if it goes too much higher than mine, I think the spread between us is 30 cents. That's again another 15 cents above that. So if it goes up higher than like say 15.31 or 32, I think it might end up being Keto's win. So it's a real tight day today. Real super close on our price predictions. Hey, somebody's going swimming. I see Danny's post here. I don't know what he's posting that for. Yeah, no kidding, Cassius. So something's propping the market up right now. I'm not exactly sure what. I don't know where it's coming from. I really don't. What I'm thinking is that if we use this bottom Fibonacci, it's 1472 is a lower value of support, and this line of resistance right here as the day continues on. You know, you could see the price closing potentially below this line, somewhere in between these values here, 1472 and what appears to be 1497. We'll see if we can break this. If we can break this, because this is a bearish indicator right here. This bearish triangle. If we break this going up, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Let's check something real quick here. Yeah. I might need to adjust this just slightly. Yeah, just like that. All right, so that adjusts it just a tad bit. So closing price of like between 1472 and potentially 1518, which is exactly what I need is 1518. Whew, it's gonna be close. Yuck, I'm feeling so much better today, man. So much better. Woke up. I used a little bit of a heating pad last night, and that seemed to help quite a bit. Trading sideways says plunge team, the PPT team working. I guess that is team, the PP team, the PP team. Why did I never think of that before? They're working overtime today. I mean, I don't know where the money's coming from. I really don't. Let me go take a look at the let me go take a look at the Federal Reserve's statistical release on their institutional and conditional statement of Federal Reserve banks, and let me see what I see. Let me see what the eye can spy, because they did release a new report on the 14th. Mortgage-backed securities had no change. There was a net positive bank credit on the reserves. I'm looking to see where they're spending their money. I don't know. I do not know. I don't get it, man. I'm with you. Cassius, I just don't know. I wish I could understand this, and I just don't. I don't see how you see all these numbers moving upwards, unless somebody wants to like say that and I've seen this said. I actually responded to a tweet last night where they were saying like this is in part due to so a lot of our CPI data is based off of numbers that were happening last year. We weren't in a recession last year, but I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like the inflation that inflation's being cured yet by interest rates being raised. I don't know, man. Let me look at the SPY real quick. This is very confusing, to say the least. It looks like a Margaret Thatcher, and Margaret Thatcher should head down. I mean, right? Like this is kind of a Margaret Thatcher right here, and it headed down from the Margaret Thatcher. This should be a Margaret Thatcher here. It should be heading down, and it's not. So why not? Why isn't it heading down? I don't get it. Well, it hasn't broken a trend line yet, so I mean, at least the SPY hasn't. If it can break this trend line, no. I mean, if it can break this trend line, that's great. I mean, awesome. I just think we're getting like some kind of push up, maybe perhaps to fool investors. I don't know. Sucker people in for one more big dump on their portfolios. That's what it kind of looks like. How can we sucker investors in real quick here one last time before we really nail it to them hard? That's what it looks like. But I mean, if it breaks, it breaks. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I want to see what the reverse repo is today. If a reverse repo goes back up, then I know, then we know what's going on. They're just pumping more money in. Marco says, Casey, do we pretty much have to close over 15 in order to have a big or decent move next week? Since have a lot of calls in the money at 15. I can't. I mean, so here's the deal. If your calls go in the money and you exercise them, then yeah, and you, not just you but everybody. If a lot of those calls go in the money but aren't necessarily in, like you haven't made money on them, you're gonna have to come up with cash. You're gonna have to find the cash to buy those shares if you're gonna exercise it. So and there could potentially be some exercising of shares from the large amount of in and money call options, but it's not that. I mean, it's large, but it's not that large. What do we have here? We've got 67.8 thousand contracts that could potentially be. I mean, if we were to close right now above 15, that's how many I think we'd have. Hold on, just verify. Yeah, 67.8 thousand contracts. That's 67 million shares. Well, actually, that's a lot. That's a lot of shares. But I doubt everybody's going to exercise all those. So that's another story. Um, yeah, that should be right. No, I'm sorry. I said 67 million. It's 6.78 million. So everybody would have to exercise all their shares to make it 6.7 million shares that would need to be found for those exercised contracts. That's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of money because they're gonna have to buy them at $15 a pop, right? Well, not all. Well, not all of them, just the ones at the $15 strike. But we'll assume a little bit lower average price, but most of it's probably going to be at those higher prices anyways. But let's just say like an average price of $12. You're talking about $81.3 million worth of exercised options on average. If they average out to about $12 a share, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and most of the time, not always, but most of the time, those just don't get bought. They just die and disappear. But as far as like giving you financial advice about what you should do, I can't. There's nothing I can't say anything. I'm not a financial advisor. I just want to make sure, Miss Tahiti, that you're not being harassed right now. If you're, just want to make sure you're not being harassed. And how's it going? I don't know what's going on here. I just see a Mr. Tahiti. Uh, okay. If you're being harassed, if you feel like you're being harassed, Miss Tahiti, let me know. I don't want there to be any problems. All right. Just want to make sure. I want to make sure. I don't want to. I don't want anybody to feel. You can understand where I want to be protective of people here, right? I don't want there to be any harassment. So as long as you're cool with it, I'm cool with it. Everything's cool. Everybody be cool. I need you to read. I need you to reach down in the bag and find the wallet that says "bad motherfucker" on it. Somebody tell me, what's that quote from? What movie am I quoting? That's right. Be cool, honey bunny. Be cool. Ty got it. Pulp Fiction. There it is. Everybody be cool. Felix said Top Gun. Yeah, not a problem, Mr. Heady. I'm protective of the community. So I'm gonna do what I can to make sure nobody's getting harassed, for sure. So I'm just checking. I don't take kindly to that. So should have a safe place here. For those of you guys who weren't here earlier this morning when I talked about it, I'm gonna throw this up again just because I want to say it. I want to say this means a lot to me. Seeing these posts, and I don't. Adam Aaron probably doesn't know it, but how much it means to me personally. But when he posts these kind of pictures, I think it's so cool. He's got, he posted pictures of each of not each, but of some of the different people who had posted their pictures with him from the Top Gun movie that they watched last night, and I think it's so cool, man. I think it's great seeing you guys um, all there. I like this guy. I don't know Tyler Griffin. I don't know who you are, but I like the fact that it looks like you're writing a book here. Maybe you were doing homework. Maybe you were writing a script. You got your own script screenplay that you're writing. I don't know what it is, but the the fact that you're there with a pen in hand and a note. Maybe you're getting his autograph in your favorite journal or something. I have no idea what this is, but look at this smile. Like this is a genuine smile right here. He is happy. He is so happy. That's cool. I love it. I like I like this guy right here. Who's this guy? Water Dog or Water Doge? I'm not sure which one it is. Water Dog over here. Uh, he couldn't wait to get the picture with Adam Aaron in. He's like, screw the lines. He must have gotten there early or something because the seats look pretty empty. He went in for the early picture. He's like, screw waiting in lines, man. I'm just get a picture now. Esmati over here with maybe his wife, or yeah, it looks like they're married, so maybe his wife. That's cool, man. It's really, really cool to see these pictures. I think it's awesome to see you guys going out there meeting Adam Aaron. And then Adam Aaron actually reposted. He retweeted this picture, and then tweeted himself. Look at this shirt. What is that shirt? Oh, I want to zoom in on that. It's definitely AMC. It's got an ape, right? It looks like it's an ape in riding a space shuttle. That's awesome. Cool shirt. I like the security guard over here packing heat. I don't know what he's. I'm not sure what he's ready to go. He's ready for anything. This guy, he's ready, man. Makes me laugh. Myself says Casey Shaw, Danny's harassing me. Prove it. Danny says, what the cockle? Tell Dog says, I just sent you these in Discord. Let me see what you sent me in Discord here. Let me see. Under the general, maybe? Let's see. I don't see updated failure delivers are out according to active. Let me pull them up and see if let's see if I've got failure delivers showing up here. Holy moly! Hold on a second. Gotta zoom in a little bit. Yeah. Alrighty. I'm looking at the failure to delivers right now, and it looks like we had like a massive spike to 9.7 million. I had done a little bit of technical analysis on this on a previous page on the Discord just yesterday, and I'll just kind of share with you guys what it was that I drew out here. So there's a very obvious trend in failure to delivers increasing over time. You can see that the last highest peak, which was mid-June, May. Let's see, mid-May. No, that's May 30th. Mid-June, 30, beginning of June. I can't count days here. Beginning of June, there was a spike up right here of about 2.5 million shares, a little over 2.5 million shares, and now this is the new image on Ortex. Let's see if this is the 2.65 million right here in that last picture that you just saw with the upwards trend that I drew. And then now here's the most current spike right here of 9.7 million shares failed to deliver on June 28th. Part of the reason for the spike up in price is probably that right there. If we look at security lending volume that occurred shortly thereafter, very, very high numbers starting to spike. The date for this was June 28th. June 28th was the day that we had 9.7 million shares in failed to delivers. June 28th was the day after our big jump up in price up by 13.31%. So likely the reason that we saw that 13.31% increase in price was because of failure delivers that were stacking, and they probably had to purchase them the day before. Then we saw another big spike up in price on the 7th of July, of an even higher spike up in price by 15.19%. So I'm betting when we see the data for 7/6, I'll bet you there's a lot of failure to delivers that stacked on that date as well. They're stacking. this is what I showed right here. I was telling everybody, I said, guys, based on this data right here, if you see this upwards trend in the failure delivers, you're basically seeing the security lending spiking right afterwards. So with this security lending spiking right here, that means we're going to have this massive spike in failure delivers. And sure enough, I just showed it to you. And then I gave an example of June, how we had that same kind of trend where it was moving upwards, and you could see the same thing happening with security lending volume. As those started spiking, you started seeing security lending volume starting to increase shortly thereafter. Then it kind of died off a little bit, and the run really started picking up. The highest number that this got up to pre-squeeze on June, and I don't even want to call it a squeeze. The pre-run up in June, the highest amount that it got up to is less than 4 million, and we just had a 9 point. What was it? One of these days I'll be able to remember numbers off the top of my head. 9.7 million. The other thing that I pointed out to everybody too was I was looking at the off exchange data and comparing the off exchange data in volume and the EDGX now compared to June of last year. In June of last year, you can add up the off exchange values that are in here. It's somewhere around like maybe a 5% difference. We're trading 5% more of our volume into the off exchange and the EDGX than we were back in June of last year. 5% of our total volume, right? And our total volume on a daily average basis is, we'll just say 40 million. It's roughly 40 million shares, right? So 5% of our total volume at 40 million shares is going to be 2 million. 2 million. 2 million shares. Just give me a minute here, guys. I'm looking through something here. Apes R Us says, I believe GME won't pass 140 close, and AMC will close at 1491. I could see that happening. I mean, that's kind of in the range that I'm looking at as well. 1491 seems pretty appropriate. I was thinking 1490 earlier this morning, so I think you're probably pretty close there. Yeah, Beach Guy, all you're doing is you're just adding, like, it's like channels. The way I think of Discord, each one of those Discords is like a channel, and all you do is just switch between the channels. So all you got to do is search out the you can search it out, or you can use a link, join link, and just join the channel. Hayden's going 1495 to 1505. But yeah, I mean they're knocking the crap out of this volume right now. The last minute that we had here was only 40,000 shares. We had a 6,000 share minute. Ooh, excuse me. Then we had this really strange spike right here of 374,000 shares. I mean, they're really controlling the amount of volume that's rolling through here. It's quite impressive. I mean, this looks very controlled. I'm starting to wonder now, does everybody look the same? Not quite. Close. Interesting. We've had a couple times like this where the market's traded like the entire market. Like you can pull like just crap tons of different securities and look at them all overlaid on top of each other, and like the trading pattern is the same for each one of them. Apes RS, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. You know, pretty much like right underneath the max pain, which is 15. So I was kind of thinking like 1490. Uh, Christopher saying, I think it's Christopher. Did GG say it's gonna be a controlled squeeze? I don't know that I've ever heard him say that before. I don't think he could say anything like that. Oh, I see what you're saying, Sam. No, but I mean, I think what you were saying, Sam, though, is that AMC looks like that charge point across the board, like at all different time intervals. So, and you know, when I pulled it up and looked at it, I agree with you. It did. There are some definite similarities. There are some differences, but for the most part, there are a lot of similarities. Hayden says hate is a strong word, but I have some strong emotions against they, them, and the government. Yeah, I know. I do that a lot, Hayden. So if I ever do say they, them, or government or whatever, call me out on it and ask me to clarify. I don't have a problem with that. I know when I was talking to my mom one time, I was saying theys a lot, and at that time, whenever I said they, I was referring to a hedge fund. Not necessarily the case anymore, because now a lot of times when I say price is being is they are controlling the price, I'm actually referencing I'm actually referencing. Sorry, I got distracted. Um, long institutional brokers as well. I just realized that my Ortex data wasn't at the bottom. I was trying to figure it out. Why isn't that showing up? For those who are just listening and not watching, we are at $15.11. We are up 0.35%. We've traded about 15.84 million shares for the day, and we're just about 15 minutes past halfway through the day. I'm gonna look real quick here through. Charles Payne did a pin tweet from yesterday saying President Biden suggesting that the CPI inflation report is old, stale, and not representative of what's happening right now, now is right now is partially true, but also kind of ironic too. I want to mention that I responded to. I have no idea who she was actually. There was I was kind of just flipping through my I was flipping through my Twitter feed and stumbled across a Jennifer Veal Harrington. I clicked on her just briefly to see who she was. It says CEO and portfolio manager at Gilman Hill Asset Management. She's an income investor, dividend lover, CNBC contributor, wife and mom, small scale farmer. And she put in commodity prices have plummeted from peaks. And then she listed off like a crap ton of commodities that are dropping in value. Um, I mean, just everything, just tons of them. And I said, strange, right? When was the last time the U.S. saw commodities and securities dropping in value at the same time? Which I got no response to. Which I honestly, considering how many people she have following her, she's got like 17.5 thousand followers. So I don't know. I didn't really expect a reply. But it's interesting. If you go back and you look at historical data to see when was the last time securities fell and commodities fell. 2008. Just throwing it out there. Brian McCarthy says she's on. Yeah, it says CNBC on her profile. But I mean, I think because she said, remember, CPI is a lagging indicator, and that's also what Charles Payne is saying. But my problem is that you have, this isn't a lagging indicator right here. SPY is not a lagging indicator, right? And so if you look at the SPY on the weekly, that's not lagging. This is live data telling you how your market's going, and you can see that there's definite drops and pullbacks. Another drop and another pullback. You want to talk about soft landings? This might be a way to stair step your way down into a soft landing. But you've got commodities falling in price, you've got securities falling in price, and look at the Bollinger Bands on this thing, right? Uh, it touched down on the weekly. It pretty much touched down like right here, almost made it back to the simple moving average before falling again. If I actually put my Bollinger Bands at a 2 sigma like I'm supposed to have them, check this out. Bollinger Band touch. Didn't even make it back to simple moving average. Failure again. Made it almost back to simple moving, or sorry, didn't even make it back to simple moving average before starting to see red again. The question is will we be seeing? Maybe we're just seeing the back end of some more price rise after having dropped too quickly. And this thing, I mean, you can see it kind of arcing over. Maybe it starts falling again in the next drop. Our next lower side Bollinger Band. But securities and commodities dropping the same time is never a good thing. I mean, not in my opinion. And the dollar is rising. What does that say? I'm curious. Actually, I'm kind of curious. How do you guys how do you guys perceive that from your perspectives? I don't want to hear about what I have to say. I want to hear about what you guys have to say. Commodities are falling in price, securities are falling in price, but the dollar is rising in price or value. What does that mean to you? What does that sound like? Brian McCarthy says, look deeper on her post. I've never seen her before. I just saw the post show up on my feed for the first time last night. And when I saw that, I was like, securities and commodities are falling, and you're telling me that CPI is a lagging indicator. Are you trying to convince me that it's not the market's not going? I don't know. I'm with you. I was doing the same thing last night. I was like, really? All right, I guess. Janice says, laugh out loud. I like when you whisper 2008. Laugh out loud. It's like wealthy. 2008. We got a little ASMR going on here. 2008. Yeah, somebody was asking me about the comment that Ryan Cohen issued the other day about Coke, and then the Coke price dropped. Um, I don't know. I don't. We can look at Coke here in just a minute. Caitlin says the rich are cashing out and hoarding cash. Hmm. I'm not going to disagree with you. Yucca Frida says it means we're still the superpower. I like that answer. Stock G13 says sounds like someone is playing Silly Burgers. Yeah, I don't get it, Alex. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look it up though. I hope I'm not gonna regret this. It's a video game. Let's see. The numbers game that Simply Everyone is talking about. Yes, I do not own this. Let's see. What is it? It's a fictional television series in which the two contestants call out seemingly random numbers, which are occasionally told to be number wang. Each episode varies slightly, with the basic format remaining each time. Robert Webb portrays the host of the show, with Olivia Colman and Patterson Joseph playing contestant Julie, whatever. Um, in every episode, random numbers are called out by contestants until, after a period of time, the host says, "That's number wang." Occasionally, they go to the maths board where maths. I like how they say maths. I thought I was the only one that said maths board. Where numbers are displayed and contestants pick some, although the numbers they say always differ from those which are on the board itself. After several rounds, the host says that it's time to rotate the board. As the players spin away, waving, something different is displayed on the other semicircle of the other player's sitting area, which continues to spin until. Oh man, this is just so confusing. I feel like I just gotta watch it. Where the players in a more tense situation say numbers until they get wang or num. This sounds this sounds so weird. What a weird TV series.
Season 2 episode Lightsaber Lost, where he helps Ahsoka Tano find her.
I don't know. Caitlin says check out the Russian ruble. Yeah, I'm seeing the same on both charts here. I'm actually looking at a website called tradingeconomics.com. I don't look at this ever, but it actually shows you for the year where different currencies are trading to the U.S. dollar, and some are up, some aren't. For the day though, today it looks like the ruble's down 4.72%. Yep, that's actually what it says right here, 4.72. Okay, so the site I'm looking at and what I'm looking at right here are in agreement. Kind of strange activity going on right now compared to the past. Some weird stuff. The last time it saw this was similar type activity was back in beginning of July, 7/5, a couple days ago. Looks like I'm not looking back that far. I was only on the 5 minute. 1 hour. Let's see here. Doesn't look quite the same on the 1 hour. Yeah. Which means commodities are going down then, because they did tie themselves to the back to gold again. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Nana was like Coca-Cola. Great question, Apes. Who knows? I don't know. Chris McLean says, "Is AMC's ticker frozen for y'all also?" No, it's not frozen for me. I just think that there's very low. Well, actually, it's not very low volume right now. We've had a volume increase. It's getting ready to break 100,000 a minute. But for the most part, some of these minutes back here were like less than 30K in shares traded. So it's just very low volume right now. Super low volume. You're not used to seeing these low numbers. Yeah, Alex says you have to watch it, Casey, to understand. The way it reads, I would agree. Lose Boobs says being in this play is like being trapped in a new episode of The Twilight Zone. Yeah, I'm gonna give out a number. Let me think here for a second. Let's go with hmm. I'm gonna go, since we're moving up the way that we're moving right now, thick. I'm gonna go with 2.265. I'm gonna write it down. 2.265. Just guesstimating. I wrote it down. Yep. 2 point. I'm okay. Thick's got them all recorded. Danny's saying 2.345678. Well, what was yesterday's? Wasn't it 2.2 something yesterday? Let me see. Let's see. Refresh this. Let's see. Yesterday's was Thursday was 2.207. So yep. We talked about it, Duncan. Insane numbers. I went through it and covered it just a little while ago, but I'll pull it back up again for you here. Insane numbers. So you saw everything that I reported on. You know what? Let me see if I can pull up the same time frame. I don't know. Let me see if I can get it. TA 21st of March to 11. Okay, so current, so just a tad bit wider than this. So like this should do it, but it's gonna scale it down though anyways. Well, it's gonna look weird. It's gonna look weird to you. But what I want you to notice is that last spike that I was showing you guys before was 2.65 million. This is the new spike here, and it occurred on the 28th of June. It's 9.7 million. I don't know that we've ever had a spike that big before. Let me see if 9.7 million takes the cake. This spike right here was 5.45 in June. The spike in leading into January was 27.69. So there was a significantly bigger spike on January 27th, but obviously on January 27th there would be a bigger spike because that's when everything started just going nutso. So you almost can't count that one just because they literally were caught with their pants like not even on. They're caught with other pants on. The smaller one back here is 13.4 failure to deliver. So that was before price really started ripping. But yeah, I mean 9.7 million is quite a bit, and it's still trending upwards. So that's good. And we still have over 100 million shares on loan, which is even better because there was a period of time where we were actually below 100 million shares on loan. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. If I take away some of this data in here, I'll show you. It was right after the November portion of time when they start, or around the November portion of time when they started closing out a bunch of positions. We got down to about 85 million shares on loan, which scared the living bejesus out of me. Duncan can probably remember this. I called him up. I was like, dude, we got to talk. Something's wrong. I called Duncan. I called a couple different people. I was like, guys, we need to talk. Something's happening here, and I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure this out. Thankfully, because of such a great team that I have of people who allowed me to just discuss what it was that I was seeing and talk out loud. It wasn't that they helped me by allowing me to think through the process, and I have an excellent team of people here who just listen. And I was able to talk myself through the process and understand what was happening with these on loan amounts when they had decreased like this. And I said, okay, I see what's happening, and it's making more sense now. And I started because I was panicked. I was getting ready to come on in a day or two and start saying, guys, I think we're in big trouble. And it really it scared the living Jesus out of me, guys. It really did. But then when I started figuring out what was happening, I was like, okay, this makes sense. But again, I'll explain it to you guys since I'm probably scaring you right now just saying it. But what ended up happening is the on loan amount was starting to decrease, and I think that hedge funds were getting ready to close. They were closing out as many positions as they possibly could to run up the price. They knew the price was going to run back in November, and so they started closing out positions right in here. They started kind of in this area, and you can see the closing of the positions right here. And the amount of on loan shares and the amount of shares that were in exchange reported short interest were starting to meet up. And I like to kind of fill in this area in between that amount and say this is where our brokers are making their money on loan shares, right? And so when all of a sudden the hedge funds started returning these shares right here, our brokers weren't making as much money anymore. And so they said, screw you. We still want ours. We're still not done making money yet here. So they started selling off their positions. And you see this big drop in price, and you could see it in OBV as well. There's an actual sell-off that occurred, and you could see it in their 13F and 13G reports. But they basically prevented the price from running up by selling off their positions, forcing the hedge funds to start buying. And when they started buying, they had to start loaning shares again in order to keep the price from rising up as they started loaning shares. And so you have this like separation in exchange reported short interest, excuse me, and on loan amounts. Excuse me, hold on a second, I got a cough. So basically our brokers are like, okay, we're going to start this whole loaning process back up here. We're going to sell off our positions, buy back in at a lower price. So that's what they did. They sold off their positions. You can see it in their 13F and 13G filing reports that they did in the first quarter of this year. And they bought back in two different periods, one right here and one right here. Those are the two spots where they accumulated again. So they accumulated their positions at those spots, and then restarted or rekindled the loaning process from short hedge funds. So it was a really, I don't know, and you could look at it a couple different ways. You could say it's a bad thing. You could say it's a good thing. If price was going to run here back in November, I would have loved to have seen that. But it didn't happen. Our brokers prevented that from happening so they could get more loaning going on. So, but subsequently, I'll show you one other piece of data in here that is going to kind of further convince you of what it is that I'm saying. If you look at the security lending volume, this spike right here, I know it's a mess. Let me see if I can clean this up here. I'm going to get rid of the exchange reported short interest. Maybe that'll clean it up. No, that's not going to help any. Maybe I can get rid of on loan amount. Well, let's just take a picture of this. Hedge funds lost control of controlling price December 23rd. It was right about here. They lost control right there. And because they had to start loaning more shares to keep price from rising too quickly and becoming out of control, they couldn't control it. They knew a price run was going to come, and they borrowed a whole bunch of short-term shares. But our brokers made them hold out for it. And then they had to hold these shares, these short-term shares, and you can see it in the utilization spiking up to 100%. They had to hold on to those shares for quite a while, and they kept loaning more and more and more shares here. Not all of it in short interest, as the price couldn't continue to go much lower than where it went to down here. And then when they raised the price right here, this period of time from here to here, that was a long period of time where they held some short security or security lending volume, where those are supposed to be short-term loans, and that was from like the 10th of February to like the end of March. So they basically destroyed hedge funds, milked them for every penny that they were worth during that period of time. But now what they're doing since this red line that I showed you right here, they've been milking the derivatives the whole time, and they've been allowing the hedge funds to stay just barely alive, keeping them just barely alive so they can continue to milk the derivatives. But I was scared. I was really, really scared when I started to see this right here. We're not even close to that right now. This is a much better pretty picture. I love what I'm seeing right here. This is so much better looking than this back here. Oh, let me draw the picture again. Where we're at now compared to November before, with all the security lending in here. The loan, yes, the on loan amount's coming down, but it's going into more short-term security lending. So as the short-term security lending is going up, that's replacing the on loan amounts. I like seeing that. I like seeing utilization. It confirms it when you see utilization at 100%. That's so much better. All of this entire section where we're at right here in our numbers, this is so much more pretty than this. Because this right here, that looks scary. That looks really, really scary. Where we're at now, so much better. See the difference? It's the amount of security lending volume. Even though the loan amount is coming down, it's because it's going into security lending volume. It didn't happen back here. They were closing out positions without taking on new loans. I was so scared, guys. I was so scared. I was about ready to start ringing the bells. I really was. Oh, Jan, I just went through like a whole long deal about, what happened back in November and why I was scared of, something that I saw in on loan amount. I'm talking about the on loan dropping right now. We're at 130 million shares on loan. And I was like, but we've had it worse before. We've been down to 85 million shares on loan, and it scared the crap out of me when that happened because I was like, positions are getting closed here, and I can't find where they're going. They're just disappearing. Curtis says, ah, the inverted moose knuckle. Yeah, Jabibs, they've been trying to they've been trying. I mean, if you just go back and you look at how they've lumped us into a meme category, and then you look at the list of the meme stocks that they consider meme stocks, we have the picture that they're portraying is very very damaging to who we are because I don't think we're part of that group. Caitlin, I know that uh, TWE does that, and also AP, who I talk to on a daily basis almost. Well, it hasn't been daily since he had the twins, but we used to have a religious meeting of the minds every night for an hour, or maybe even an hour and a half every single night, and we very oftentimes compare Doge to Classic. I think it's Doge Classic to AMC. I think it was. Oh, no, no, no! It wasn't Doge. It was Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic is the one that we've compared to it, not Doge. But if you go back and you look at Doge, Doge typically runs a little bit before AMC, and then when Doge comes down, AMC usually takes off. I have no idea what you guys are talking. You're an oak. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Man, I quite frankly, King, all cryptocurrencies, in my opinion, are just pump and dumps, man. We don't have to see eye to eye on this, and I'm okay with that. And I can still be your friend, and we can still have beers together. But I really, truly, and honestly think all cryptocurrencies are pump and dumps. And with my money, um, the way I like to look at it is I'm like living in the old west, and I got to decide which bank I'm going to put my money into in the old west. And if I live out on the outskirts of town and and all that's in my town is a bar and a bank, Tombstone, exactly, Casey Toombs. If all I got is a bar and a bank in my town, I think I'm gonna keep my money in my mattress. Because uh, Billy the Kid and his gang just started talking the other day. I heard a story about what they said, and Billy Kid's like, I heard there's a Ibu Shinu over there. I think we could go rob it. It's a new town. It's got a bank and a bar. Nobody's there. We'll go rob that place. Yeah, it's like we'll pump in a whole bunch of money. We'll go over there. We'll have somebody go put some money in there, make it look all nice and safe, and then we'll just rob the place. Nobody will know better. That sheriff's he's the only guy and he's the only cop in the town. Only sheriff. It's just him. He didn't even have a deputy. And so, that's how I kind of view it. It's like I live in a small town with a bank and a bar and one sheriff. Where am I going to put my money? It's not going to be in crypto. Oh, no, 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 no. I wasn't referring to Shiba Inu as Doge Classic. I was thinking of Ethereum Classic. I don't know why I said Doge Classic. I don't know why I said that. I'm just not thinking straight. It was Ethereum Classic is what we were checking out and comparing to AMC. Christopher, I have. I finished the game. But see, here's the thing. King says, Casey, I'll take you up on that beer though, except Pantheon is buying. Oh, that's fine. That's fine by me, buddy. We'll go the three of us and suck back a couple beers, and Pantheon's the buyer. I'm okay with that. But I'm a true gentleman. I won't let Pantheon buy all the drinks. I'll buy one round myself. Although I know he would try. He is such a true gentleman. He would probably try to buy them all. I don't play it online at all, Chris. No. I, I've tried playing shooters online, and you've seen my internet connection here. It's not going to work for me. Caitlin says, perfect time for people in the money to close calls right now, not financial advice. King Huckleberry, what's your favorite beer? What kind? Well, actually not what kind. What actually I don't know what to call that. Are you like a Hefeweizen fan? Are you a pale ale? What's your Pilsner? What's your favorite? I'm an amber ale kind of guy. I like Alaskan amber. One of my favorites that I drink here that's a local is Thirsty Goat. A lager. I'm not a fan of those. Hey Nana, my wife likes Bud Light. I drink that with her. Or Pilsner. Okay. I've tried a couple different Pilsners. I'm not a huge fan. The problem for me is I just don't like anything hoppy. Or which is really kind of strange because that Thirsty Goat's kind of skunky. But for some reason or another, I love it. Looks like I'm getting some buffering going on here, guys. If you see some buffering happening, I apologize in advance. Not much I can do. Lagunas, Laguna. I can't say that name. I do like IPAs. Guys, there's a strong chance that the tube gets shut down here. I'm getting buffered pretty hard right now. Hold on a second. Let me check something real quick. It's weird though, because I'm actually getting great. Like my pages are loading up pretty quickly here. Peloton's getting hit, T-Mobile's getting hit, Reddit's getting hit right now, and PG&E's getting hit. Not YouTube though. Kind of weird. Cassius says, so 1.9 trillion options expiration today, so failed options is what caused the stock market crash of the 30s. Are we about to be on a crazy ride next week? Man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've seen so many crazy things in the last couple weeks that I just don't know. I know if you take 1921 New York Stock Exchange, well, what the hell was the tweet that hold on a second here. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Maybe I can. Hold on. If you go back to Michael Burry's archive, let me see if I can find it. Because it's probably one of the best best looks at what happened in the past compared to what's happening right now that I've seen posted anywhere. I'm looking for it. I'm looking to see if I can find it. Man, I didn't realize he posts this much stuff. Bottom line is, oh, here it is. I just found it. Bottom line is that there was a period of time leading up to the market crash of, let me see, let's see. Yeah, okay. So the green line right here is the 1929 crash, right? It's 1920 to 1930. On the way up, and it's really kind of hard to see. I'd have to kind of focus a little bit. Price comes down and it does peak back up one last time before it drops like a rock. And I think, this is the white line right here is our current index. When he posted this, which was on, when did he post this? May 7th ish. And then this is the 1990 to 2000 run right here of the SPX, the SPY. Look at I'm trying to decide what. Oh, it's a zoomed in. Okay, this is a much better picture. I was trying to figure out what was the difference between the two pictures. This picture's way better looking. But yeah, I mean, you can see where a little bit of this green, perhaps right here, was a push up before the big drop. Maybe if you were to look at our current movement on the SPY, this could potentially be, because I know it doesn't show it right here where we're at right now, but let's take a look at it real quick. Let's see. One last little push up before the massive drop. His picture ends here, right here at the bottom of this. So there's a push up. Maybe there's this push up right here, and then this big drop. I don't know, man. But I can tell you right now that there's way more on a daily. There's more selling pressure right now on the vortex indicator than there is buying pressure. RSI is about average, which means it could drop quite a bit. RSI has the capability of dropping a lot right now, because it's sitting right at 48.89 on the daily. On the weekly, it's sitting at 40.39. Both those two numbers could come down quite a bit. And you can actually see there's a little bit of hooks right here on the buying and selling pressure. There's slightly more buying pressure on the SPY right now than there is selling pressure, but this could gap open quite big in contrast, right? Because here's the 2020 crash from COVID. Look how far the separation gets. If you compare, if I line these up right now, we're at that spot where it stalled out before. Right here. We're kind of right at that spot. There's a stall out right there, and we're kind of almost right there at that. We're just a little bit lower. So these numbers could start driving apart quite wide. And we're not at the bottom on the RSI. We got plenty of room to drop. It's gotten down to as low as 21.43 before, and right now it's sitting at 40.39. I don't know. Dr. Michael Burry portrayed in The Big Short. That's correct. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like I was early on calling it too. I mean, I was calling it in the VIX. I guess I just wasn't anticipating there being as much. I guess I didn't expect the Fed to step in like they did, quite honestly. I really didn't anticipate the Fed to step in like they did. And I mean, I have never seen this before, guys. Four. This is on a weekly. Four red ascending candles on a weekly. I've never seen that. Like, I challenge you to go anywhere and find me four red ascending candles like that. Like the amount of manipulation that would take to keep the VIX is the opposite of the market, right? So if the VIX is going up, the market's going down. The amount of manipulation it would take to keep the VIX from blowing upwards when it's five red candles going upwards is insane. Then that drove it down. They drove the VIX down, so price went up in the market, and then they let it go, and sure enough, it tried to fail again, so they pushed it back down, and they let it go, and almost immediately. So the time between failures in here are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. But I was calling for the failure back here. This is February, and it still hasn't happened yet. I don't know. I don't know when it will. I'm definitely guilty of calling it early though, for sure. Let's see here. Juanito's saying, Casey, I appreciate you take the time to read and answer the chats. It annoys me when YouTubers only answer super chats. So much appreciated. Shows you're here truly to help and educate. Um, that's like a secondary thing for me, Juanito. My primary reason for being here is to record history. I think we're making history, and I'm here to record it. So if we get to learn a little something along the way and have fun together as we do it, it's a bonus, right? But I want you to understand first and foremost my objective here is to document history because we're making it. I really truly and honestly believe we're making history here. But you're welcome though. And I'm actually going to be honest with you, Juanito, because I don't talk about this very often. Originally, when I first started this, another gentleman and I were doing it together, and the plan was at that time to go ahead and monetize. We were going to monetize the channel. I wanted to try and make money in order to help him out while we were waiting for the squeeze to happen. Um, and so the idea was is that we would monetize the channel when we could, but he decided to go off and do something else instead. And so I was left to just kind of do the channel on my own. And I was like, well, I'm not under the same requirements or restrictions as he was, so I don't need to monetize. I was like, I'm not going to. I don't see any need to. The way I figured it was is, why monetize if it's not going to help with gaining? I can't gain any trust in the community at all if I'm talking about stuff and monetize. There's just no way to gain any trust. So and that was valuable to me. I think trust is it's key. It's absolutely key. Especially if you're going to keep yourself honest and documenting history. So um, that was one of the decisions why I decided not to monetize. The other was is I felt like I felt, in my opinion, I had enough shares to be comfortable. I'm sure I'm going to be comfortable after this is all said and done, and so I just didn't really feel like I needed to make money off people in the end. I mean, what's the point? I mean, I don't need to charge people to make money. It's it's not cool. I don't know. But at the same time, though, I feel like I'm talking bad about other YouTubers who do collect money, and I don't want to talk bad about them because, I put in a lot of work, and so I can only imagine that people who put in as just as much work as I do into their YouTube videos, working as hard as they do on their YouTube videos, probably deserve something for that, especially if they're giving you something of value. If you value it and it's worth something to you, then it's worth it. If you think it's worth it. If they're not giving you something that you don't value, then it's not worth it. So I'm not trying to bag on anybody who's collecting money doing YouTube videos. I think they're putting in hard work, and they deserve to be paid whatever you guys deserve, whatever you guys feel they deserve to be paid. But I remember watching Trey in it was probably March or April of last year, and I almost did a $10 super chat, and our price of our stock was like nine something. It was just like under $10, and I suddenly dawned on me. I was like, I could buy a single share for what it is that I'm about to say, and I'm like, is it that important that I say what I say and see that he sees it, or is it more worth it for me to just buy another share? And I was like, I'm not doing it. But I'll tell you what I did do. I bought one of Trey's sweatshirts. I bought either one or two of his T-shirts. So I've got Trey merch, uh, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of having his merch. I actually wore one of his shirts on the day that I quit my job. It was funny because it said on the shirt, "If you know, you know, then you know," or something like that. If you know what it, I think it says if you know what it is, if you know what it is, you know what it is what it says. And I wore that shirt, and the boss is like, "You got to tell me why you're quitting." And I was like, I can't tell you. I'm involved in something that it's big, and I need to be a part of it, and I can't tell you what this is. And he's like, and it's funny the whole time I'm wearing the shirt that says, "If you know what it is, then you know what it is." I thought it was priceless. It worked. It worked for me. Yeah. See what Cassius is saying, I agree with. Tony puts in a lot of work on his videos. And I'm not here to bash people who are getting paid for what it is that they do. It's just I happen to be in a different situation than they are. And so don't compare. It's not a fair comparison. Lupe says, "Hey Casey Shaw, if one of the problems shorting stocks puts the stock market in this situation, wouldn't you think they would ban the practice? They have. In 2008, they did, and it still happens, and it comes at a price. And the thing is that hedge funds actually write it into their costs, so they know that if they get caught, they're gonna get punished, and they know that they're gonna have to pay a fine, and they pay it. So they write it into their cost of operations. So the problem is that the punishment doesn't fit the punishment doesn't fit the crime. And I don't want to call it crime, but it doesn't fit the breaking of the rules. Exactly right, Nana. Nobody forces you to super chat. That's you're choosing to do that when you do it. Which is why I always kind of think it's a little funny, and I'm not trying to side on Matt Core's side or anything, but I think it's funny when people call him Super Chat Matt, and I go like, but you're the one who's putting the money in there. Why are you calling him Super Chat Matt if you're the one putting the money? Well, and I kind of get what it is. You know, some people go like, well, but if I don't put it in, he won't respond to what it is I'm saying, and it's a very unhealthy relationship, you know, between the people and the YouTuber. Just so unhealthy. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Danny says Casey using that $10 for a share instead of a super chat had to be one of the top 5 best decisions of your life. I think so. I got it for under $10. It's still in the money. It's made its money. You know, I've got some good returns on that one share. I mean, not yet, not technically, but I mean, I know I'm going to. See, there you go. Just another ape says I've super chatted Mass Lori and Tony before, but because of the endless hours of work they do to help educate apes. I applaud that. Thank you. It's your money, it's your choice. If you feel that those people are earning the compensation that they're getting, then give it to them. If you don't, then don't. But nobody else should judge you for how you want to spend your money. Yeah, Remtaco says unrealized. Unrealized as of yet. That's true. Very, very true, sir. Is it? Did I talk my way into 1 o'clock yet? 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago until we do the next numbers here. Rentaka said women are unrealized gains for me. Well, you just wait until you have a lot of money, Remtaco, and then you're gonna have a lot of synthetic gains. Oh man, don't you fall for those synthetic gains though. Did we ever get the reverse repo from Thick? Did he ever? I don't know that Thick ever came back in and announced the reverse repo. Let me check it and see if it's showing up on my chart. He always manages to get it ahead of me, and I don't know how he does it. No, it's not. See, it's not showing up on my chart yet. I still have yesterday's numbers. I don't know how he gets it ahead of me, but he does. Danny says lots of women in Miami have synthetic parts. You know, it's funny, Dan. We were driving around on my birthday, heading over to Topgolf, and somebody mentioned there was a plastic surgery place that was part of a Jimmy John's, and I laughed pretty hard. I thought that was pretty good. I was like, "Oh, Jimmy John's and a facelift, cool." And and where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I looked at my wife and I says, "Uh-oh, California's." I said something about like, I guess Texas is turning into a California. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and log into Fidelity and check the numbers here. Rem Taco is going to have synthetic problems. Synthetic taco. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. What we got going on here? Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider setting it up. It's probably a good idea to keep others out of your account that are not you. That is a good way to do it. If you don't like it, turn it off. I am logged in. Let me move over a couple screens, and I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. If I haven't read it already, I won't be reading it. Let's take a look at these numbers real quick here. I should do super chats and say and tell everybody like super chat me while I'm on my reading the numbers, and I'll read your message. It won't happen, guys, but it's funny to think about though. Taking a look at the off exchange, 55.89 an hour ago and 13.77 in the EDGX. Refreshing the numbers here. I can't imagine not reading what you guys say. Honestly, it's kind of weird. The new numbers are at 57.55 and 12.66 in the EDGX. Let's see what that totals. Total 70.21% going through the off exchange. There's our 70% that we've been hitting lately. Finally showed its ugly head. Taking a look at Ortex data here. An hour ago, there was a return of 417,000 shares. It is now a return of 980,000 shares. That decrease in borrowed shares is going to lower the estimated short interest percentage of the free float to 17.88. Cost to borrow max is at 15.16. Cost to borrow average is at 10.84. Cost to borrow min is at 8.93. Something I kind of want to mention to you guys is that they're closing an awful lot of positions, but cost to borrow is still remaining very high. Interesting. Shares on loan. 130.61 million shares are on loan. That's a 4 million drop from day over day. Roughly estimating about 1.5 million of those 4 million were short interest shares, and those were about 1/3 of the total amount that was closed out. Taking a look at options at a $15 strike price, so that's changed again. An hour ago it was 16, it's now moved down to 15. It looks like we could be moving down in price here soon. At a $15 strike price, an hour ago at 16 we had 13.6 thousand contracts. At 15 we now have 22.6 thousand contracts. And at 14.5 strike, hold on a second here. An hour ago we had 16.6 thousand contracts. We now have 17. So the calls are starting to surpass the puts in volume, but it dropped the total strike price for the most volume. So we're kind of looking at a 14.75 closing price for the day today. I'm still saying 14.90. I don't know why I didn't hedge on that when I did my price prediction for the day, but I didn't. Should have. Taking a look at Fidelity's orders by Fidelity customers. GME's coming in 11th with high. Oh man, there's a lot of sell-offs going on right now. GME's coming in 11th with 83% buys to 17% sales. Looks like everything in the top 10 list here is everything but NVIDIA is the only one that's up above 50-50. AMC coming in 16th with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. We kind of lost some of our thunder there a little bit towards the end portion of the day. We were doing pretty good on our buy sell ratio. It's kind of dipped a little. Trigger price is $13.55 for SSR for the day today. Shares haven't been borrowed. No new shares having been borrowed. Fees are down to 8.1%. Currently, there's 524.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 67.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 158.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.46, Dow Jones is up 1.79, and the S&P 500 is up 1.59. The market's cooking with bacon grease. It's looking really good. It's 4,865 advancers to 1,938 decliners. VIX is down 7.65. IWB is up 1.63. IWD is up 1.83. IWM is up 1.88. Tesla is up 0.61. Amazon is up 4.4. Cinemark up 2.29. Doge is up 0.22. Bitcoin is up 1.05. GME is up 1.21. HYMC is up 3.45. Excuse me. Hood is up 1.64. NCMI is up 0.28. And AMC is up 0.33. Looking at the inflow versus outflow, here comes that down run that I was talking about. Looking at the inflow versus outflow, we currently have 8 million more in outflow than inflow. 18.8 million shares having been traded for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Oops. $277 minutes traded so far, putting us on a pace for 26.5 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I suggested in pre-market 25 to 45. So it's going to be real close. I might end up being just slightly over. Volume is kind of picking up. We had a minute here where we just had about 189,000 shares on that push down. On the weekly, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.77, which is slightly below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.2, which is above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.54, which is about average. On a 30-minute interval, several crossovers within the last hour with more than that, last 2 or 3 hours. But more selling pressure currently and what appears to be a imminent crossover again with more selling pressure and RSI at 48.98, which is about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have a crossover happening right now with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 45, which is just below average. We're getting an end of the day push down. Let's see what's going on here. I kind of drew this line of support here. Kind of felt like this was like the path we were taking. I know that it broke out above over here and also over here, but this is a little bit based off of some of the past points that I touched. Touch point here, touch point here, touch point here, touch point here. Multiple touch points. I feel like where this is kind of like a line of support, or I should say resistance. It's a line of resistance. And yes, we did temporarily cross over, but I think it's only going to be a temporary thing. And I think price should probably fall somewhere between that 1472 and 1517 or 1518 range. So we'll see. I'm going to start with Rem Taco saying, need my taco, damn it, Kenny. Thick says all-time high. Wow, 2.329. Here we go. This is it. That's how the market's getting propped up. I mean, it should have seemed pretty obvious to me. I should have gone with a higher number. But it sounds to me like the market's just getting propped up by more reverse repo, more money. And more overnight more overnight swaps. Is that what they're called? What are they called? More overnight lending? I think it's overnight lending. Keto says we need shorting for liquidity. It's the abuse that they need to police. And harsher punishments. I don't know that we need more police. I just don't think that they're policing it well enough, or at all. It is currently 15:13. Savvy says, been driving most of the day. Finally got to look at my watch list. It's a green day. Thick says, Maximum Masochist is still at 15. Holy smokes. Oh, you were telling, okay, so reverse repo today is 2.15 trillion. Well, that's lower than what I thought then. Hold on, 2.153. Hold on. Oh, man, that's much lower than what I thought. 2.153. That's lower than yesterday, right? Yeah, it is. 2.153. Well, then I don't know. I don't know. Yep, 2.153. What website do you get it from, Thick? Because I'm like curious, because I get it from Fred. Fred.stlouisfed.org. Where do you get yours? I was gonna say, man, I thought it was Cassius. Yeah, you didn't win, Danny. It was 2.1. Janice says, why do a lot of economists say they will need to stop doing QT when it doesn't seem like they've even been doing it? I don't know why, Jana, but I can't figure out what the hell QT stands for. I'm tired. I don't know. I'm sitting here racking my brain going like QT, what the hell is QT? QT, QT. The only thing that like comes to my mind with when I see QT is quantitative in that, and my mind goes to easing, but that's not a T, so I don't know. Wait, hold I don't even know why I can't think what QT is. QT. Quarter? Quantitative tightening. I don't know why I couldn't come up with it. It's the opposite of easing. I'm so out of it right now, guys. I've had like here I am. I'm about to complain about how many hours of sleep I'm getting, and AP's over here. He's the one that's really suffering. I miss out on an hour of sleep a night, 3 days in a row, and I'm toast. And so, tightening. I don't know why I couldn't come up with tightening, quantitative tightening. I'll see. That's a great question. Uh, Why couldn't I think of tightening? It was, yeah, QT was supposed to start last year. Why couldn't I think of QT? I'll tell you what's going through my head right now. We just opened up a couple QTs over here where I live. We haven't had QT here in Texas, like not near where I live, anyways. I mean, there are some, but not where I live. And they've just opened up a couple QTs where I live. And they used to live in Arizona, and they have them all over the place in Arizona. So whenever I saw QT, all I could think of quantitative, and I couldn't even think of the other word because all I was thinking was the gas station we have here. I don't know why I couldn't think of tightening. I could think of easing. I couldn't think of. So why do a lot of economists say that they will need to stop doing quantitative tightening when it doesn't seem like they've even been doing it? And I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Mr. Heady, I know. I'm not arguing with you. I think you're right. The fine the fines should be way more severe. New York Fed. Oh, maybe that's why it gets released earlier. Hmm. Hold on a second. I gotta check that out, Vic. You know what? I think I'm gonna start watching this one. Yeah, I am. Thank you. I'm gonna close out mine and I'm gonna put yours in there. Because I think that looks like I like that website too. And if I can get my numbers a little bit earlier, that would be nice. 12:45 p.m. is when they released it. Okay, that's cool. It even it shows a release time. That's awesome. Thank you, Thick. I appreciate that. I'll still let you keep doing your read off though. I like it when you participate like that. It's kind of cool. Tapering, tightening, same thing. The tapering is really what they were doing though. They were supposed to be tapering. No, you didn't miss anything. I don't know who said that. Beach guy. I mean, price did start running down just a tad bit, but not a whole lot. Options have started signaling for a closing price around 14.75. Dips, good to see you. You know, you're not wrong, Dr. Zeno. It's just that I just need to go to bed. I don't really need to take a break from it. I just need to go to bed on time. And I get caught up in reading stuff. And then I told my wife the other day, I said, I just don't feel like there's enough time in every single day. I get caught up into reading. I've done more reading this last year, guys. I hate reading. I've done more reading this last year than I've done in probably my whole lifetime. I hate reading with a passion. Hey Casey, where did you say? Where did you? I said it whenever I go over the numbers. When I'm looking at the options, listen to what I say when I'm talking about the options. Uh, I talk about what the market's signaling for a closing price. So it's the options that I'm looking at. The highest amount of volume when the options are signaling for a 14.50 to 15 close. So that's why I'm saying 14.75. AP, it's good to see you, man. And that's the other thing too. Like I miss my time that I get to talk to AP, and sometimes I'll sacrifice an hour of sleep just to talk to him, because um, Sometimes you just need somebody to talk to bounce your ideas off of, and he allows me to do that. He tells me his ideas, and I look at what he's got, and they give me ideas, and there's just never enough time in every single day. Yeah, I used to live in Peoria, right over there by the Gateway Mall. I think it was Gateway. I think that's what it was called. We used to call it the Gateway Shuffle. Right there by the 303. I think is it the maybe it's the 202. It's either the 202 or the 303. I can't remember which one by the Costco. I can't remember. It's been so long. I think it's the 202. The 202 right there, and we always called it the Costco Shuffle because everybody dives down into these like lanes to turn left at Costco. Duncan says, "How is the hedge fund settlements with SEC not bribery? You accuse me of breaking the law. I do not admit to breaking the law. I pay you a hefty sum. We both agree I did not break the law." I don't think that you agree that you didn't break the law. It's just I'm not going to admit that I broke the law, but I'm going to pay the fine anyways. So to avoid admitting it, I'm just going to pay the fine and be like, whatever. Man, Dr. Zeno, it's such a I wish there was a drug that allowed you to slow down time. Is there a drug like that? Because I'm sure Dr. Zeno, he's going to tell me sniff something. Yeah, it always used to crack me up, Doctor, when you would tell me to sniff. I don't remember what it was. I forget what it was. He told me to sniff. Lupe says, "Hey Casey Shaw, the column with the green and red in front of the van, is that the sales coming in, and on the right with the red, is that where they're selling into the counter the buy?" Okay, so you have the bid and the ask. This side over here is the bid, and this is the ask. These are people that are saying, "I want to buy X amount of shares for this price." These are the people over here on this side are saying, "I want to sell this many shares for this much price." The difference between the bid and the ask is called the spread. In this particular case right now, there is no spread. The bid and the ask are within a penny of each other, which means there's no spread at all. There actually is, because I don't want to get into it, but there actually is still a spread in there, but there is such a thing as a neutral trade. But I don't want to talk about it. I don't really think I know enough about it to understand it myself. But the bid and the ask is what people are selling, and the bid is what they're willing to buy for. Remtax says weed. Man, I always felt like weed made time go by fast. Time went by super fast with weed for me. Like, you go to sleep and you'd wake up and you'd lose like 6 hours. And it happened like that. Oh, that's right. Vitamin B enriched pre-workout powder. I just don't think I could do it, doctor. I hate stuff in my nose. Stockwiz says that's why they say slap the ask. That is correct, sir. The way that you get price discovery is that it's quite fascinating. Let me take you guys over here for just a second because I'll leave in 5 minutes. So I'm just going to take you guys over to this OBL2 here. And this is basically my spot where I get an opportunity to show you guys on a closer basis on some of the transactions that are actually occurring. Actually, I'm kind of move this a little bit here. There we go. All right. That's actually too far. If you watch the bid and the ask, and I don't have it up on the page here with the price, but if you're watching the bid and the ask on the screen here, the last order to go through is what the final price of the stock is going to be. So if I take you back to the other page, I'll show you that here in just a minute. But if somebody by chance is buying the ask side, right? If most of the buying pressure is going into the ask, or you're buying straight to the lit market, you're going to be getting whatever the ask is. If you're selling, you're going to be getting whatever the bid is. Somebody's going to be, if you're selling at market price, you're selling at whatever the bid is. But if we come in here and we pull up the time and sales on this, the last orders that go through are what the actual stock price is going to be, right? So these are the actual order transactions that are going through and for the size amounts that they are. And whatever the last trade is that went through is going to be the price that's showing on the ticker. So if I take you back to the other page, what you're going to see here is you're going to see that the time and sales stamps here, 1504. As soon as those numbers change to something else, you'll see it change up top. So all the sales that are going through right now, or buys, however you want to look at it, the orders are going through at 1504. When that changes, whatever the value it changes to will become the new total value. Wait for it. There's 1505. There it is. I think it's absolutely fascinating. It's probably the most nerdy, boring thing you could possibly do. Well, there's probably more boring, but to sit here and watch this, I love watching it. If I didn't have to talk to you guys, I would probably just be sitting here staring at that all day long. King says I was smoking the wrong weed. Well, nobody's ever helped me out to show me, King, so, never had like a trainer. Stativa? Is it legal? Is it legal, and what are the side effects? I can only imagine. Sativa. I've never heard of that before. I'm gonna get in trouble for looking up stuff. What is this? Oh, that's what it is. It's the kind of pot that you're supposed to use. Let's see. Why specifically that one? Huh. Indica mellows you out and sativa boosts your energy and gives you a buzz. It seems like indica, which I'm probably saying wrong, indica, mellows you out, and sativa boosts your energy and gives you a buzz. I don't think I want the energy and buzz. I think I want the mellow yellow. I feel like if you were more mellow, the time would go slower. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. In the couch. You know how I wanted to read that, Remtac? I wanted to read it. Uh, in the couch. I couldn't. I was trying to control myself from laughing too hard as I was trying to say it. In the couch. You guys know way too much about this. Huh. Interesting. You know, I've tried CBD, Caitlin. It doesn't do anything for me. I've taken insane amounts of grams of CBD and it does zero, nothing. No good sleep, no relief of pain, zilch, not a thing. It does has no effect on me, and I tried it for I don't know, probably a good 2 or 3 months. Nothing. And I was taking like massive, massive dosages. Dan says I'm a facility manager at a cannabis factory in Canada. You know, somebody, I just read what you wrote there, Doug, and it made me laugh. Doug says, okay, if people keep using my last name, I'm going to have to start charging for royalties. Somebody was saying something about bumper stickers the other day. Somebody had mentioned that to me, and I've started thinking about because I don't advertise on here at all, and I really don't want to, um, and I don't want to charge anybody for anything. And so I was kind of brainstorming it a little bit last night with my wife, and I said, what if I just gave the logo, and of course I would have to get approval from the person who helped me with my logo, but what if I just gave the logo to a company who prints bumper stickers, and then you guys can just order from there if you want to, and then I get nothing out of it. That way I don't receive any money. You guys can just pay yeah, whatever it costs them to print them for you to ship them to yourself. I don't have to take your address or anything like that, and it would make it so much easier. But I don't want to have any dealing with any kind of money at all, and it's just something I was kind of like. I said I told you guys I would think about it, and that's kind of where I went with it a little bit, because I was trying to think like how can I avoid dealing with money in any kind of way and like make it so that you guys could be able to get something if you wanted something. And that was the only thing that in the Koch. Hot Koch. In the hot Koch. It's the only way that I could think of. So I guess I'm just letting you guys know that I was brainstorming a little bit. It's the only thing I could think of really. Yeah, it sounds like it, Miss Tahiti. No kidding. uh, okay, Miss Tahiti. Broken mugs they would sell. I was thinking 1490, Russ. That was my prediction. Like after market had slightly opened this morning, and then once I started seeing, I think it was right around like after a half hour of trading, I was kind of looking at the options. I was like, bet you finish around like 1490. Unfortunately, my price prediction today is focused around a closing of 1532. So I'm gonna probably be off on my price prediction a little bit, but I think 1490 might be a little more accurate. Cause Brenda, that's illegal. Unfortunately, it's illegal, and the last thing you want to do is get in between the way of you and the feds with collection your um, of your taxes. Why did I say feds? Why did I suddenly had like a total memory loss on who comes after you for taxes. It's the why did I don't know. I'm too tired to even think of who it is. I don't even care. All right, it's time for a break, guys. I need to go take a break and rest my mind so that I can actually think of who comes after you for your taxes. So I'll see you guys in a little bit here. And IRS. I don't know why I couldn't think of IRS. You guys haven't written it yet. Just telling you, you haven't written IRS in yet. I came up with it in my head. I don't know why I couldn't come up with it. Anyways, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a little bit, and I'll see you at 2. Let's make it 2:10.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege.
Hey, this is Sancho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. It's the Power Hour. It's good to see you guys all back, and it's time to make a toast. I've appreciated them on a couple of occasions in the morning, but never, ever, ever, ever enough. To all of the moderators that I have on this Discord, or I said Discord, on this YouTube live stream, thank you for your time, your dedication, your efforts, your contributions, and you just being here. Thank you for being a part of my team. I value and I care for everybody, but I really care for the fact that you guys continuously come back more often and just hang out. I think it's great. So cheers to you guys and your continued efforts in just being a part of this community. Cheers. I hate toasts. I hate toast. It's like I go too long. I just keep it short, Casey. Keep it short. Oh, no. Gotta make it nice and long and say stupid stuff and ramble on. Just make it.
That was easy.
Just make it easy. Ron is saying, Casey, what do you think about the Google split? I think I did hear a little bit about it, but I haven't really looked into it. I think it's, what is Google running at now? Is it GOG? Yeah, Alphabet. Let's see, it's running at 2,245. What are they splitting? Are they splitting by what is it, 10 to 1? What do they? I mean, it sounds to me like they want to make some money. It sounds to me like they need some cash. What are they going to split for? They need more people to buy at these, and they're not getting the orders they need, I guess, at 2,245 a share. $20 to 1. I was teasing when I said 10. That makes sense. It makes sense they're doing 20 to 1. Because yeah, it needs to if they want to start getting more people buying in. So it sounds to me like they got plans. That's what I think about it. I think they got plans. They want to do something with some of the money, or maybe they just want to have cash. But it does sound like they want some more money. Caitlin says Google split is a chase play to bring in more retail chasers wanting Google cheaper. That's what I'm saying. They want more cash. That's why. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys. We got a little bit of numbers to do here before the end of the day. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, think about getting it. It could help save you. If you don't have two-factor authentication, somebody else could potentially get your security passcode and log in as you. With two-factor authentication, it requires them to verify that they are who they say they are. Not a bad idea. If you don't like it, you can always take it off. Think about it. Try it out. See if you like it. Extra level of security doesn't hurt. It can be spoofed, believe it or not. I found out. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other page and move over a couple pages around. Let's see here. What do we got going on? What's that? Okay, and get rid of these. All right, let's move this over and this one. Alrighty, taking a look at the off exchange an hour ago, it was 57.55 and 12.66 in the EDGX. Let's refresh those numbers and take a look at where we're at currently. 57.21, and 12.85, giving us a total of 70.86% of our total volume going through the off exchange, which is high. An hour ago, we had 980,000 shares having been returned. That value is now 570,000 shares. That increase of borrowed shares is going to cause the estimated current short share interest of the free float percentage of the free float to be 17.92%. Shares on loan is down 4 million shares day over day. About 1.5% of it was short interest, so about a third of it. Taking a look at the options, this is the part where you guys were asking earlier, how did I come up with those numbers? If I refresh the options on this page right here, and you look at the highest amount of volume for the call options, it's coming in at a $15 strike price. An hour ago, there was 22.6 thousand contracts. There's now 28.8 thousand contracts. And on the put side, there was at a $14.50 strike price, 17,000 contracts, and that has changed to 21. I take that back. It's actually jumped up to $15 strike price. There is no spread. Our puts and our calls are both at a $15 strike price, and there's currently 21.4 thousand contracts on those $15 puts. So the market's basically saying it's 15 or nothing. The calls still outweigh the puts, though. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's coming in 11th with 84% buys to 16% sales. AMC is coming in at 16th with 58% buys to 42% sales. It's about 2% lower than I like seeing it. Trigger price for SSR is $13.55. Shares available to borrow is 650,000 shares. Does not look like they've borrowed anything in the last hour, and the fees have dropped from 8.6 to 8.1%. Calls, there's currently 524.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls and 67.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 158.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 65.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is up 1.58, Dow Jones is up 1.93, and the S&P 500 is up 1.72. The market's cooking with bacon grease. It's looking pretty tasty with 4,924 advancers to 1,916 decliners. The VIX is down 8.41%. IWB is up 1.77. IWD is up 1.99. IWM is up 2.01. Tesla is up 0.39. Amazon is up 3.42. Cinemark up 2.41. Doge is up 1.35. Bitcoin's up 1.96. GME is up 3.05, HYMC up 2.68, Hood is up 1.21, NCMI is up 0.88, and AMC is up 1.08%. Inflow versus outflow is a $10 million difference with more outflow than inflow, and 22.25 million shares having been traded with about 38 minutes left of trading. Ugh. Looks like we're going to hit about 24.6 million shares traded in the aftermarket hours. We'll hit my 25 to 45 million shares range that I said we would hit by the end of the day. I'm pretty confident we'll make the 25 mark, but it's super close. Super close. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.02, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.73, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.36, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have so many crossovers here. We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, over the whole day, we've had 1, 2. Wait, I can't count them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crossovers of buying and selling pressure. but currently we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.53%, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we've had a crossover within the last 30 minutes, and there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.39, which is above average. We did print a TD9 and touch the top of the Bollinger Band here. Should be coming back down to that simple moving average, which is just slightly above this trend line. This trend line comes from a 5-minute interval on the with no extended hours. Actually, you know, it was a 1-minute interval. Yeah, it was a 1-minute interval with no extended hours, and drawing off of these touch points right here. Multiple touch points that I see that are going through here, just tons and tons of them. It's become a level of resistance and a level of support, but currently we are above it. Surprisingly, I really, quite honestly, felt that we would close somewhere around 1490, and as it stands right now, not looking like it. Which I'm okay with, because anything over 1518 to about let's see here. I didn't do ketos. Let me check ketos out real quick here. Hold on one second, because this keto had a price prediction of 1413 to 1713. Keto becomes the winner at $15.35. Monty gets it with 1517 and lower. I get it if it's between 1518 and 1533. Monty Keto and I break even at 1534, and at 1535 Keto wins. Very, very close. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Is MG Toe here? MG Toe, if you're here, let me know. Not suspicious at all, David, right? David Rodriguez says price pinning max pain every week, totally not illegal. It's not. But you know how they get there. That's a different story. $35 million failure delivers in the month of June. That's amazing. Caitlin says lots of volatility coming at 3:50 p.m. What are we at? 227. Beach guy says bright side of life. Doesn't fit the comment. Cassius, what do you mean by I'm not adding them together? Oh, you're here. All right, MG Toe, let me tell you. All right, on the fridge, it's leaking again. The ice cubes are melting. This means that the compressors, I don't hear the compressor not working anymore. Like I don't even hear it triggering anymore. So I'm pretty sure it's just the compressor at this point. So I went ahead and put in an order for the guy to come out and take a look at it. But unless you got any suggestions for me, that starter relay worked for, let's see, I guess it worked for the whole week because I replaced it on what, Saturday? I think it was like Saturday I replaced it, or yeah, I think it was Saturday this last weekend. So the compressor worked almost a full week, and now I've got melting ice again. So my guess is that I just got a bad compressor. So here we go. Just wanted to give you an update. Ross says, Casey, you think a finish above 15 will help some gamma next week if there's a rise in price? I mean, really what it comes down to, Ross, is whether or not people exercise their orders. That's really what it comes down to. If people are exercising their orders and they're just letting them like just basically get wasted away, then it's pointless. It's a waste of money, quite honestly. Max pain for next week is 1450. I think I looked it up earlier. I guess if we finish above 15, well, let me take a look at something real quick here. Hold on. There's more options at a finish above 15 than there is a finish below 15. Meaning there's what am I trying to say here? There's more options that could be exercised at a finish above 15 than there are if you finish below. So finishing above 15 would be ideal to try to capture the highest amount of people who are exercising their options. The question becomes, will they actually exercise them? If they do, it could put a lot of strain on market makers to find those shares. A lot of strain. Will it happen? We'll have to see. No, the whole thing's not working, Caitlin. It's just that the ice is the first thing that goes. And I can hear the compressor. Well, actually, I don't hear it now, but before I changed the starter relay, the compressor would kick on. You'd hear a click, and then the compressor would never start up, and then would just turn off. So I'm pretty sure I'm down to a new compressor. The only thing that I could do right now that I think that would help any to kind of diagnose it down is go out and buy a multimeter and try and figure it out. But I'm pretty sure it's burnt out the new starter relay that I installed. Myself is telling a joke saying, price is at 1523. Myself says, guy rents a camel. Owner says, if he stops, just jerk him and he'll restart. After a few hours, it stops. He does what it was told, but nothing. The camel looks at the guy in the eye and does the chewing face. That's over my head. I don't think I read that one right. Jordan says, I think most retail is looking for the lottery money from options, not shares. I agree. Magic Ape is saying, Casey, can you explain the large amount of returned shares the past couple weeks, short interest drop and cost to borrow drop? Well, you've already answered your last two portions of the question. Your interest drop. Well, actually, short interest drops when you don't have shares that are on loan for short interest. So positions have been closed out. So that's the answer to your first question, which you already identified with returned shares. Cost to borrow drop. It has dropped, but not dramatically. Like, I mean, if you consider how many shares are on loan right now and how many are available to loan in contrast to how many were available or were being lent out before, because we were at 195 million shares just a couple weeks ago. So if we're at 195 million shares on loan, now all of a sudden we're at 130 million shares on, was it 130? Hold on a second, let me just look and see. Now all of a sudden we're at 130 million shares on loan. We're talking about a 65 million share difference of shares that should have been on loan. So the answer to your question is why is cost to borrow dropping? There's more shares that could be lent. When there's more inventory of shares that can be lent, cost to borrow drops. So the only real question that you have there is, can I explain the large amount of return shares the past couple of weeks? And the answer to that is yes. Somebody expects the price to start running. And so they're closing out as many positions as they possibly can because they know that if those positions are open when the price starts to run, they're going to be on the hook for that short interest. It's not just short interest, but they're also closing out loans as well. Where can you find that short interest and loans? Like where in the world did they possibly find the shares, right? That's the next question you should be asking yourself. Where are they finding shares to close these out? There's an answer. It's called security lending volume. Security lending volume has been very, very high. It's been spiking. They've been taking out short-term loans to pay off and close out short interest and other loans that are on the books. Why would you do that? Some of the key indicators that people in the industry that use numbers to look at to see if something's distressed are things like you've been talking about, like cost to borrow, short interest. Those are all sometimes also days to cover, DTC, right? That's another one. It's another big number that people look at to know whether or not there's a stock play that's in jeopardy of squeezing. How do you make those numbers look better? You simply just take security lending volume and you start closing positions and you start dropping the numbers. How do I know that's the case? Look at utilization. 100% utilization. How do they return 65 million shares and have 100% utilization still? And the answer to that is because utilization is calculated on shares that are being borrowed, but regardless of whether on loan amounts or in security lending volume. So that's the answer to your question. But if that wasn't clear, you're welcome, Magic Ape. If it wasn't clear, if any part of that wasn't clear, let me know, and I can try to expand on it and help explain it. I can show you in numbers, because I don't want it to just be a trust me bro moment. So let me pull this over. I'll show you what I'm talking about. We don't work with trust me bro economics around here. Let me show you. There's your on loan amount that you're talking about with a serious dip there. Let's focus in on just that for right now. So there's your massive dip on loan amount dropping down here, right? Security lending volume. Look at that. Look, you can actually see this dip right here, this day over day dip where they played a little juggling of some of the loans, when then all of a sudden it goes back and returns to the same path that it was going. Look at the security lending volume that they had right there. They did something right here. They were shuffling shares around, trying to do something. I don't know what exactly, but they were shuffling shares around. Now all of a sudden you have security lending volume spiking through the roof over here, in contrast to where we've been over here, to drive down the amount of loans that they had on the books. There it is. Security lending volume is not calculated into your short interest. They're closing those positions if they can. That's it. It's right there. It's clear as day. Also, also, if you wanted to, there's something that I've just started doing just recently in regards to trying to figure out how much of it's short interest versus loan shares that have been closing out. And one of the ways you can do that is you can just calculate day over day short interest change. And of course, it's estimated. So, for example, from yesterday to today, we had a 4 million share drop in on loan amount, right? But we only had our short share interest of the free float estimated amount drop from 18.24 to 17.95. When you calculate that out, that percentage difference, what you end up finding is that equates to about 4 million shares in loan share. Hold on a second. My wife's sitting on the side. They look good. She got her eyebrows done. It's a little dark, but it looks good though. Sounds good. Love you. All right, guys. So that's basically it. 4 million shares is how many that were closed out. And if you look at, oh yeah, that percentage drop from 18.24 to 17.95, that's essentially, I said 4 million shares, but it's 1.5 million shares if you do that calculation. So 1.5 million shares roughly, because this is estimated numbers, of that 4 million was short interest that was closed. No, Magic Ape, I'm not saying 2 weeks. That's not what I'm saying. I never, ever, ever, ever use on loan amount dropping or short interest dropping as indicators for when we're going to have a price increase. One of the more popular ones that I do like to look at, though, is on loan average age per day. When this number starts dipping, usually a big price increase is incoming. When it finds a bottom, it's usually within 15 business days. The last time we hit a bottom was right here on July 1st. So within 15 business days, I said that we would see a price increase. It didn't even take that long. It took we actually did trade this day, July 4th, but it was only foreign markets. So 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, we saw the big price increases start rolling in. Then we had another drop in this value. On loan average age per day dropped again, only it didn't really find a bottom because it only increased 1 day. So this thing is still dipping. This on loan average age per day is still dipping down here. It's probably the best indicator that I have seen anywhere in giving you like a forecast when you're going to start seeing price rise. We got to wait for this value to hit the bottom. When it hits the bottom, 2 weeks. Go ahead and start counting. 2 weeks. Yeah, I think it's the compressor, Caitlin. Or maybe not enough coolant in the lines, something like that. Beach Guy says, coin flip, pizza or mushu pork? It depends, Beach Guy. What kind of pizza, and are you having beer with it? Well, it's not, Caitlin. It's a little bit different than that. It's not that they make the numbers low. It's just I think if you look at the different lenders for shares, the more shares that they have on hand, the lower the rate that they're going to charge. And so typically speaking, is you'll watch like one institution get hit real hard with borrows until their numbers like spike through the roof, and then they move on to the next lender, and so it's almost like they play hopscotch with hotcotch with a bunch of different lenders out there. Um, in order to try and keep the, that's why you see every once in a while you see it balance out, right? Like you see the max and min kind of start to zoom in to where they're like real tight and everything, and then all of a sudden it starts spiking one direction and the other on the max and the min. Well, they started using one institution to start borrowing from, and not any from the other. So you see one go way up, and while the other one's stacking shares. It's a shuffle game. It's really what it comes down to, is they're just playing shuffle. Michael Doyle says, my wife got her eyebrows done. She just looks surprised all the time. Thanks, myself. Well, we love you guys too. Casey, do you know about the ISDA regulation and World Bank controlling the stock market soon? I do know about that. AMC Bigums, Boss Blunts, those guys have been real. I mean, there's been plenty of guys that have been talking about it. You know what my problem with it is, Tom? I just don't know how to get out. That's the problem. How am I just going to switch my home loan over to another bank? It's not that easy. It's really, really difficult to do. I use USAA for my banking. I'm I'm positive there is the I can't leave USAA, man. I can't get better anything when I'm banking with anybody than I can with USAA. It's so hard. That's the problem with the ISDA thing is I can't get away from these banks because there's too many advantages to having them. And I can only imagine people who are in a worse position than I am, how difficult it must be. If I was money bags, sure, I'd just leave all of them and I'd just go with whatever I wanted to because I could afford it. But that's not me. Coke and Captain Morgan on the beach. Then I say you go with the. Now it's making it even tougher. Cherry Coke and Captain Morgan on the beach. You know what you need to do, beach guy? Switch to that Dr. Pepper. Switch to Dr. Pepper and that Captain Morgan, and then hook yourself up with a Mushu. Go with the Mushu. We didn't ban you, myself. Janice says new game show, hopscotch with hot cotch. I just love his name. His name is the best name ever. I never get bored of saying his name. I would never get bored of sitting in an office when you hear him walk in, introducing himself, and you're sitting on the other side of a cubicle, and it would make your day every single time hearing him walk in. Hey, Susie, I'm Hot Cotch. Nice to meet you. You're just sitting there in your cubicle like, I love that moment. I just picture that. That's what I see when I hear the name. Thick says, wonder if this is the last touch on Bitcoin at 22.5, then the rug pull over the weekend. We are at 21. It's come up just about where I said I thought it might go up to. Because back here it went up, I'd say about three quarters of the way up on the main candlestick. This one's it's not quite there. It needs to get to 21.4 and hold 21.4 for just like a day or two. So maybe watch it hit like 21.4 over the weekend, and if it hits 21.4 and hovers there for like a day or so, watch for that to start come crashing down. Just wait for it. If you're part of that, be careful. Just saying it right now. Man, StockWiz, it's not that easy, man. It's not that easy. Beach guy said, coin flip favored Mushu pork, so I flipped again. Pizza the winner. I said Mushu. I was trying to help you out with the. Whatever. Fate was on my side. I'm just telling you right now. Actually, yo, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I think collectively maybe we do hold enough, but I don't know that to be the fact. Um, and I think we could make a difference. I just don't know that we actually can go out and do it though. I mean, it is Friday, beach guy. Fridays are great days for pizza, so you don't really have a wrong answer. Both of those sound really good, but you said Cherry Coke and Captain Morgan, so I'm going with the Mushu. If you said beer, I'd have said pizza. Drone says, Casey, there's an IG profile found where he puts processor chips under a microscope to expose hidden Easter eggs that were printed onto the circuit. I'll tag you in it. I've seen them all, man. I've seen them all. I mean, send it to me, but I've seen them all. That is definitely a thing. We do have a pattern forming here, right, guys? We have a bullish wedge, or sorry, bullish triangle. But I'm not going to draw it out because it's too close to the end of the day. It's not going to. There's no way it's going to. I mean, it could. It could happen. It's real close. Super, super close. It should break out like right before the end of the day. But yeah, as far as those Easter eggs go, I know they're there. I've written my name on stuff before. Not stuff that got sold, but I've written my name before. Myself says, Casey, I think it's better you never meet Hawk in real life. You're just gonna keep telling him Hawk Koch name jokes. You are going to die laughing and end up getting and he'll end up getting annoyed. Probably. This is why I never meet people in real life myself, and I just kind of sit in a corner somewhere. There's a lot of reasons stock whiz, things that I don't want to talk about. There's a lot of benefits from having USAA is a little bit different of a bank than just any other regular bank. It's only for military personnel and their family, and they have some really really good benefits that most banks don't have. Caitlin's thinking the Bitcoin's dumping this weekend. Fuzzy Wuzzy said, I opened 2 credit union accounts transferring small emergency cash. I have an ISDA for monthly payments, which goes close to 0 monthly. I do have a credit card at only 5% interest. Can't beat 5%. I don't use it. Yeah, well, Drone, I've had a very interesting younger life working in the semiconductor industry, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, man. But there's definitely Easter eggs out there for people to find in the circuitry of the chips that are made. 100% I guarantee you there's tons. And the other part to it too is there's a lot of stuff that people don't know about that's involved in how do I put this? Where's my tinfoil hat? Hold on. I'm gonna end up getting the CIA is gonna come knocking on my door, or the FBI or somebody's gonna come knocking on my door because I'm probably not supposed to say this stuff. I believe that design in the circuitry that a lot of it depends on who's manufacturing the chips, but dependent upon who's manufacturing the chips, there's a chance there may or may not be an inside chance that somebody can hack your system because it's designed that way. It's purposely designed from the get-go to be able to be hacked from a component standpoint. Completely hacked from a component standpoint. Not many people know this. I probably shouldn't even be talking about it. I don't know if they can come and sue me or whatnot, but depending on whether your chips are American-made chips or they're not American-made chips, somebody could decide one day to turn them off, and you might not have chips that work anymore. And so when people talk about your phones are listening even when they're off, I'm telling you guys, it's not far from the truth. It actually is the truth. Stuff, it's deep. There's some deep, deep stuff out there. Anyways, MGTO, are you in my Discord? If you're in my Discord, I'd love to talk to you. If you're not in my Discord, I'm going to put up a link so you can get in there, or Twitter. You can reach me through either one of those two. I would love to talk to you. We did get the breakout here right at the very end of the day. That's crazy. I can't believe it. Leaving out just the very tiny tip on this one. Holy moly. I think Keto might win this. Keto needs to hit 1535 to win. Damn, Keto. I'm jealous, man. You're looking pretty sweet. All right, let me MGito, if you got my information, we can touch base. Hit me up on Twitter, MGto. If you don't have Twitter, I have your phone number. Oh, wait. Send it to me again, because sometimes I have disconnects between who's who. I'll look for it, but send it to me again. Maybe I might have forgotten it. Send it to me again. Man, this is a nice little run here at the end of the day. Caitlin, I don't know how you got that. I don't know where you saw that coming. I'm not sure if you saw that bullish triangle first before I did, but good call out. We got a nice buy wall at 19. Oh yeah, I saw you say that 2,227, 1526. Look at that. Look at that. Keto's gonna hit his 1535. Damn you, Keto. Damn you. Oh, it's close. 1534, and we break even. Then the birthday card. I don't think I got a birthday card in the card. I don't know that I got one. Caitlin wants me to stay in the after hours. How long are you thinking, Caitlin? I can stay a little bit longer. How long are you thinking? If we're talking like an hour, I'm not gonna stay that long. My Twitter account is in the bottom left-hand corner. It's at AM Casey Shaw. In the birthday card. I don't know that I got a birthday card. What the heck? That's really got me like all kind of confused there because I don't think I got any kind of birthday card. I'll have to friend you, StockWiz, before you can send me messages, I think, but don't worry, I usually get to them pretty quickly. Hey, Ro, anytime, man. Anytime, dude. It is that time of the day, guys. How long are we talking about, Caitlin, here? It's not a wish, just algo movement for the day. They needed 1535 to gain momentum down. It's 1530. Keto's gonna win this thing. I'm gonna stay on right here till the very end just to see what the end looks like with you guys. I told you guys we were going to get that volume at the very end of the day. I said it was going to squeak by. Here it is, 25.19. I made my prediction just barely. I nailed it though. I got it right at the very end of the day. Ha, Koch! Ha ha! I love it when a plan comes together. I want to share a drink with that guy so bad. I could just talk to him for hours. Dang you, Keto. $15 All right, Caitlin. Caitlin just extended the show for 15 minutes. You guys can thank Caitlin. I didn't get any birthday cards, MG2. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Well, all right. Hands off to Keto. Keto pulled it out for the week with a tiebreaker win at 15.38, provided the price doesn't change here at the last minute, which sometimes it does on Webull because it's not reporting. It doesn't always report accurately at the very end of the day here. But as it stands right now, Keto is the winner of the week by 3 cents. If it had been 4 cents lower, he would have tied. Had it been 5 cents lower, he'd have lost. That is tight. Super tight. Damn it. I was so close. I had 15.32. He got me. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This can't be right. I had 15.32. He had 14.13. 14.13 plus $1.50. Hold on a second. 14.13 plus $1.50 is 15.63. I should have won. No, guys, I had to have won. Hold on a second here. Hold up. Keto's average price was 15.63. Mine should have been 15. Oh, maybe it was 15.23. What was my average price? 13.82 plus $1.50. Mine was 15.30. I won, guys. There's no way Keto won, because I'm only off by what is that? 6 cents. I'm only off by 6 cents, and he's off by a lot more than that. I won. Yes. I have terrible math skills and made Keto. I just pulled like the worst. Congratulations, you won the beauty pageant. Oh, I read the wrong name. I read the wrong name, guys. It's my name. I won. I was targeting 15.32. I don't know why. I think I was doing the wrong math. I think I was looking at my price difference between what I had between me and Monty, which was 15.18, and I was averaging the price from 15.18 to Keto's number. But I had 15.32 as my targeted price, and we Casey slow rolled you, Keto. I did. I slow rolled them big time. Rug pull. I just beauty pageanted you, Keto. I was sitting there thinking in my head, like, I swore I targeted 15.32. How do I lose by only with 6 cents being off? Drone says synthetic win. Fake judges. Fake news. Oh, Caitlin there, 15.34. Vic just linked a video to YouTube. It's gotta be who was it that did that? I'm trying to remember who it was when they did it in the beauty pageant. Oh, Keto won. No, I'm just kidding. I won. Rick rolled. Oh man, that's hilarious. Everybody's like, "Oh shoot, I closed you guys out. Dang it." Hold on a second here. I think I accidentally closed you guys out. Oops. Huh. Why does it keep doing that? I accidentally removed myself from the chat there. I accidentally closed on you guys. Queso gave Keto a trophy but spelled his name wrong. I'm going to stay 15 minutes more here, guys. We'll stay 15 more minutes. Caitlin says that I got to stay for 15. There's their move. Brandon, take care. I saw it. Yeah, that's JPMorgan's. That's JPMorgan's little birthday kiss that they always give us every single day. I know, Danny. Caitlin talked me into staying for 15 more minutes. I got 10 more minutes here. So what that is, Sherry Bra, is that's JPMorgan trading through the ADF, which is a FINRA off exchange. They are the only participant, and I've actually got an email out to an editor who wrote about JPMorgan and some of their struggles right now. And basically, I asked if she would be willing to help me to try to figure out what the heck's going on and why JPMorgan is trading in that ADF off exchange, and why they're doing it across the board, like on tons of different securities. The bottom of that big candle, Caitlin, is 1483. Drone, take care, man. Don't have a good weekend, Drone. Have a great weekend. All right, myself. Hold on a second. I totally. That was jacked up that I called Keto the winner, and then I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. Which one am I? I see the video, but which one am I? Oh, it was Steve Harvey? Oh, wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna pull it up here. If only I could do a if only I could do a an edit on these videos and I could put Keto's name on it and my name.
Miss Universe 2015 is
Keto.
I have to apologize.
Oh, what's wrong, Steve?
Runner-up is Colombia.
Keto.
Miss Universe 2015.
Casey Shaw.
Philippines.
Casey Shaw. I just like got really happy about winning the pageant. You're not going to catch those, Matt. Those are traded in the ADF, and you're not going to be able to make. You're not going to be able to catch those. Tom didn't realize that really happened. It really happened, Tom. They announced the wrong winner for the beauty pageant, Miss America, and Steve Harvey. He's like, I have to apologize. It was so terrible. Oh man, it has to be probably that's got to be like one of the worst things you could probably ever do, misreading it like that. The rise and fall of keto. I'm kind of wondering where keto is right now. He probably is not here because he probably knew that he lost, but and he didn't want to stay for it, and realizing that probably doesn't even realize I said all this. I love keto. He'll get a double beer from me for this one. It's never gonna fill your order, dude. There's no way it's going to fill your order for that. That's traded through the ADF off exchange. It's an off exchange order. I know it's showing up on the lit market, but it is an off exchange order that you'll never be able to catch the fill on those. It's not going to happen. I'm going to end the show here in about 5 minutes, guys. That was a really beautiful run that we had there at the very end of the day. I kind of noticed it a little bit late, but I did shout it out before it closed out. And I said I didn't think it was going to break out before the end of the day, but sure as hell it did. Leaving out just the tip, broke out of this thing and ran all the way up to 1538. Insane, absolutely insane end of the day today. Don't worry, that dude. You're not the first person who's tried to catch those. It's okay. The American Trader says Casey's rubbing it in. You gotta. What do they call that? You gotta needle your components or your components. You gotta needle your components. Oof, it's been a long day. You gotta needle your opponents. I don't know why I said components. Check mailbox. All right, I'll check it out, MG Toe. Appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. We're gonna call it the end, and it's been an extra fun 15 minutes with you guys. But it is that time of the day, and you know what that means. It's ready for a weekend. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a weekend ahead of you. Go out and do something fun, dang it. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Those dogs probably need some walking. But above all else, guys, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. Start. 2. 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Define your meaning of war. To me it's what we do in the board. I feel the heat coming off of the blacktop, and it makes me want it more. Because I'm